Peace family, Vie Darling, the Cosmic Queen, and your intergalactic interpreter. And I'm super excited to be here with all of you. We are going to get into it. This is going to be Merry Solstice, Happy Solstice. We're going to get into it. I'm going to do a guided meditation to start us off and get us, grounded in the energy. And then we are going to do our divination, get our cosmic tea going. So before all of that, I just need to say welcome to the Aetherium. This is my spiritual sanctuary where I'm pioneering the spiritual practice of cosmic wellness. This is a practice that is grounded upon a shadow work practice that I call spiritual abolition. It is based in decolonial praxis and informed by soft sciences and hard sciences that I studied within the academic institution and have brought into a re-indigenizing healing practice. I don't just teach this work, I do this work actively alongside my clients. And if you would like to be one of my clients, please feel free to email me. My website is currently being updated, and I am also just figuring out how I want to separate my art website from this stuff. So yeah, all that being said, give me just a moment. Okay, so let's get into the guided meditation. 15:51 on the timer, by the way, on the clock. So you're definitely picking up on me. Those are my crystals, just FYI. I'm writing this in my notes in my book of shadows. And I would definitely suggest to you all to grab your book of shadows and take notes, because traditionally a lot of information comes through when I do these for solstices and equinoxes. Okay, I'm going to ask you to take a very deep breath in. And exhale through your mouth. However you want to sit most comfortably. Obviously, don't do this while you're driving or walking around, but I'm sitting in a chair with my feet flat and my hands in my lap. You can also have your one hand on your heart chakra and your other hand on your solar plexus on your stomach. And you can also do this while you're lying down. We took a deep breath. What we're going to do now is just breathe in and bring our attention to our breath. Just witnessing how your breath moves in and out. You're not doing anything to control it, you're just witnessing. Are you taking long, deep breaths? Are you taking short, shallow breaths? Do you feel full while you breathe, or do you feel like you're struggling for air? Where is the breath going in your body? Now, what I want you to do is bring your attention to your nostrils. And notice the breath going in and out. I want to invite you to just focus on breath, moving in and out at that threshold of your nostrils. Your mind may try to wander, but I encourage you to keep it here. Now I'm going to invite you to slacken your jaw, lower your shoulders, and really just do your best to relax into the support that your body is on. Maintain that integrity in your spine if you are sitting up. And I'm going to now invite you to slacken your jaw and open your mouth a little bit. And as you inhale through your nostrils, we're going to start exhaling through our mouths. This helps us to keep our tongue from being attached to the roof of our mouth, which helps us to relax in our bodies. As the air whistles through your teeth and your mouth, it might make a whistling sound like water rushing over rocks as it returns to the sea. Do you notice any tension that you feel in your body? And when you notice it, just send a little message to that part of yourself to relax and release. You may have naturally already started deepening your breaths, but if not, I'm going to invite you to allow your inhalation to spread throughout your body, down to the tips of your toes and out of the roof of your head. You might imagine as you're inhaling that you're drawing in the bright light of the pure consciousness and spiritual energy of the universe, filling up your body, extending out of your form, and spilling out in a perfect orb. And if it's not coming out in a perfect orb, if it's not flowing freely through your form, that indicates that there might be some blockages. That's nothing to be afraid of or upset about. Simply bring your attention to that blockage and continue to gently and lovingly breathe this pure life force into it with the intention of allowing that life force to move through and out of your corporeal form into the rest of the universe, so that your energy and the energy of the collective of the universe can be fully and holistically one. any tension you may be feeling in your body, I invite you to remember to just release and relax. You might feel more aware of your corporeal form at this time, and I invite you to bring your attention to the base of your spine. I believe it's called your coccyx, where your root chakra is, the base of your power. Breathe into that area. As you become more aware, you might feel tingling in your body, waves of sensation moving throughout your body. All perfectly normal. We are waking up your energy, your energetic system, oxygenating your nervous system. Your blood is bringing that oxygen to all of your muscles, all of the interwoven systems that help your body to run. You're bringing those online. And I want to invite you with your exhalations to just breathe out anything that's ready to leave. You might notice your belly rising with your inhalations, filling you up and letting that air spill over into your chest. We're going to bring our attention down to the base of our feet and imagine that connecting to the core of the planet. Past our Earth Star chakra, right to the core, helping us to ground into the Earth's energy. We are divinely held in this sacred, secure connection. As you exhale, breathe all of that excess energy into the planet. Allow her to hold it and to transmute it for you. You don't have to do it all on your own. Relax those shoulders. And bring that integrity to your spine. Imagine that molten core bringing its energy up your spine, up your neck, and out of your crown chakra. That is the roof of your skull. In this practice, we are allowed to make noise while we meditate. We are moving energy. This is energy work. let all those vibrations out. And we're going to bring that secured, grounded, awake, alive, electric power cord that is now grounded in the earth, up, 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 out of the top of our crown chakra, through our soul star, up through the stellar gateway. And just bring that up into the cosmos, like an antenna reaching out of you into the Andromeda star system. Into the galaxy of Andromeda, and beyond that into the light realms, into that pure divine consciousness source that is unknowable to us. We're going to allow this heightened radiation to expel any and all shadow energy, any and all spiritual detritus, any and all malevolencies, malignancies. It's just falling off now. And all we have to do is breathe in and out. I want to invite you to bring your attention to wherever your body is calling it to. Just breathe into that. Invite spaciousness and grace into that space. Invite wisdom and healing into that space. Invite lightness. Invite weightlessness, relief of density into that space. And let it fall away with each exhalation. It is no longer yours. You are free of this. You no longer belong to it either. With grace and gratitude, we allow it to return to Source. To that unknowable, divine consciousness and love frequency. If you're watching this after I record it, you can pause and take as much time as you want to stay in this energy. I'm going to invite you to allow this energy to fill the space that you are occupying. You can invite your angels, ancestors, and guides in to help you if you so please. Turning over all of your fears, all of your burdens, over to that unconditionally loving source consciousness, to that unconditionally loving flow. And allow them to be transformed in that love. That you may find them unknowable upon second sight. Invite you to turn over all of these fears, worries, burdens, no matter how deep-seated, no matter how far back they run, no matter how powerful they feel, over to your higher power. Bury them in that core of the earth. Or perhaps connect them to the great central sun. Either way, they're being transmuted. nullified, neutralized, and voided. Take a few more deep breaths, breathing into that core of the earth. We're going to ground any and all energy that is no longer serving us, that is keeping us out of alignment with our most divine destiny and purpose, our most divine timelines, our most divine expression, our most divine self. We're gonna call back our energy from anywhere it may have gone to us and ground that. Ground and neutralize any and all relationships that may have been draining it. Remove any ties to any and all that it was stuck to. All energies, entities, and expressions of existence that have been draining us are dismissed and barred from ever returning. They are released. And we are full and overflowing with Christ white consciousness, Christ white golden white light, and mana from heaven. We seal up any and all portals, passageways, gateways, three ways through which our energy may have been being siphoned, and energies, entities, and expressions of existence may have been getting in. Now and forever, permanently and purposefully sealed, with the intention of maintaining our divine energy within our energy field, expelling and repelling any energy that is not resonant with our divinity, grounding and neutralizing, nullifying, voiding any and all contracts, any and all weapons, any and all binds, bounds, relations that were robbing us of our power. We release those now and forevermore. And I invite you to seal this meditation with me, but you don't have to. I'm going to use an Om. It is the vibration of the universe, and it will get us into alignment. I want to invite you to bring your hands to your heart chakra in the middle of your chest. We're going to bring our hands centered in our chest, that energy that is radiating out of us. We're going to just bring it to the third eye chakra, the ajna. Breathe in here. Exhale. Our soul star chakra. Breathe in here. Exhale. Let that energy waft throughout our field. Bringing our hands back to our heart chakra. Breathe in here. Exhale. Grounding with our hands flat against our heart chakra. We are fully grounded within ourselves. And I invite you to slowly bring your consciousness, your attention, your focus back to the material plane. Maybe wiggle your toes, your fingers. Maybe bring your hands to your eyes and gently press into them. Roll them around so you feel that pressure rubbing into them. And open your eyes. Might want to stretch your body. Ooh. And let that move through. Year 4. Oh, I needed that. That was a lot longer than I thought it would be, but grateful for anyone who stuck with me. I do take questions. If you have questions you want to ask, please feel free to. Thank you, Ash Am. Great to see you here. For those watching after the live recording, I will have timestamps down below, and now we're going to get into the reading of the energy. I have pulled up, and just so y'all know, I'm not ignoring anyone when I'm channeling. I don't really look at the chat so much, and also when I am looking at the chart, because they're pretty big, I might not be able to see the chat, and I'm looking at both the sidereal chart and the happy solstice. Thank you. We're looking at the sidereal chart as well as the tropical chart so that we have some comparison. Welcome, family. It's great to be here with all of you on this beautiful solstice. I want to say solstice eve for some reason, and I think that's maybe because well, by now, Greenwich Mean Time, 8:51. Yeah, so technically it is solstice eve, I guess. The 21st, for those who are in the United States, if you're not on Greenwich Mean Time, I'm on the East Coast of the United States, and we are 5 hours behind Greenwich Mean Time. So we will be experiencing the solstice exactly when the sun enters Cancer. Or crosses the ecliptic, that is, at 28, that's 4:51 a.m. on the 21st of June, 2024. And I want to remind folks that this is a timeless reading. Whenever you find this reading, there are messages that are here for you. I still reference the Great Conjunction reading that I did back in 2020. I still reference the vernal equinox readings that I did last year. So whenever your eyes cross this video, there's a message here for you. Is today the start of Cancer season or tomorrow? Technically, it depends on the time zone. But yes, the 20th of June, 2051 Greenwich Mean Time is when the sun will be entering Cancer. But like I said, that'll be 4:51 a.m. Eastern time. So it depends on the time zone that you're in. But we're just going to go with like today, and this is the energy of the solstice. I like to always remember that energy is spectral, so it doesn't just it's not like, oh, now that the sun has entered into Cancer, now this is the Cancer energy. We are easing into it, so we're already in the solstice energy, but it will be exact at 8:51 Greenwich Mean Time. So that all being said, I feel great. I'm so happy that we were able to do that. Some of the things that were coming up for me in the meditation, I do want to say I did do some energy work during the meditation. Y'all may have felt that. Y'all may have experienced that as well. The shadow side really needs to speak. So we're going to use the Unsacred Oracle to speak to the shadow. There is a lot of, I feel like our karmic ancestors want to also communicate. There was a lot coming from the karmic ancestors, and I don't think that they necessarily want, I think that they want to thank us for the work that we've been doing to liberate them. That's what I'm picking up on. But we're going to get into the shadow energy for sure with the Unsacred Oracle, because with Cancer season, water signs, I do feel like water signs, it can be really easy to get caught up in the throes of our shadow. And water signs are really powerful at weaponizing the shadow. Okay, this is because, you know, the emotional stuff hurts the most sometimes. But we're coming into Cancer season. This is, I was definitely picking up this maternal energy. This is a season that is going to really rectify the wrongs of the past. I was picking up a lot about betrayal and forgiveness. So let's talk about the shadow side of Cancer. Cancer shadow side has a lot to do with enmeshment, codependency, emotional blackmail, emotional manipulation. And with codependency, it's like a loss of identity, over identifying with the other and making others responsible for your well-being, for your care, for your safety. And sometimes we think that that's like, oh, somebody is like taking away from us in the most obvious sense of like forcing us to do everything for them. But actually, this is more so talking about others taking away our agency and taking away our opportunities for growth and for healing. So like a helicopter parent type energy, an enabler type energy. That's exactly what we're dealing with here, is an enabler type energy. And how we enable ourselves and how we enable others, as well as how we have been enabled, is something that is definitely coming up for me. What else was coming up? Archangel Jophiel definitely, I felt, came up for me. So this is heart chakra healing. And I want to also just give a shout out to David G, who is my favorite meditation teacher. I've been using David G's meditations for years. And you can access his meditations on Insight Timer, that he is incredible. And I definitely, y'all may have noticed, although it's not like, you know, it's not all about me, but I definitely was tripping up on the bottom three of our corporeal chakras. So the root chakra, the Svadhisthana, which is the sacral, and the Muladhara, which is the solar plexus. And I do feel like these are being renewed right now, and they need a lot of attention. They're in need of a lot of attention right now. You will want to eat a lot of like red foods, natural foods. I'm not saying red dye 27 or whatever it's called. I'm saying like red bell peppers, orange bell peppers, yellow bell peppers, and also green, because there was a lot also about getting back to our heart. And this is what the betrayal messed up for us. The betrayal, the heartbreak that we may have experienced. It created a sense of being insecure. We have this sense that we can't trust others. You know, this may have been something that like this might even just be your karma that you came into this life to heal. It could be a generational karmic thing. It could be inherited trauma or karma. Or it could have been something that happened to you in this life that you don't need to carry on into the next life. You don't actually have to move on into the next life. You don't have to transition with karma, because you can clear that karma in the here and now. And this is what the practice of cosmic wellness is about. This is why accountability and atonement is so important. And actively, consciously doing your shadow work is so important, because we don't have to carry around these burdens with us. We can work on them in the moment or when we're ready to, and leave that in this lifetime, leave that in that other timeline. When we are carrying around all of these heartbreaks and nurturing those heartbreaks as opposed to nurturing ourselves, you know, feeding into those timelines, feeding into those narratives, instead of feeding into what we actually, the best possible life that we can live. When we do that, we bring those timelines with us, and then they keep repeating over and over. Okay, so that feeds into a narrative of, oh yeah, things are always going to be bad for me because this always happens to me. But if we shadow work that together, if we loosen up those blockages. I like to think of blockages as like, you know, if you have a drain that is clogged, there's a bunch of stuff. Maybe it's like clogged by a chunk of dirt. Okay. Dirt, it's not just like one huge molecule of dirt. It's a bunch of dirt. You know what I mean? And we can break that down so that finally the dirt just like moves through it and the water can go through that drain. Okay, this is similarly to how they break down tumors sometimes with like sound meditation. You can do that. With radiation, you can do that to break down these growths. Okay, we break down these energetic blockages, we loosen up that energy, and we allow it to be swept away so that finally the flow of life, the flow of love can flow through us freely. And we are connected once again to all that is and live a life of freedom and prosperity. But as long as those tethers, those timelines, give me just a second, folks. So those timelines are blockages. Okay, those are the tethers. Imagine that you have in your arm, like this is, your hands are for manifesting, for doing things, right? Imagine that you have a blockage in you, yes, a blockage in your arm and in the energy center of your arm, and you have a cord, a thread, a timeline, or cord or a thread tethering you to this other timeline that is very dense and very heavy. That is blocking you from being able to manifest fully. Okay, so we need to release this blockage, remove this blockage, and get free of this timeline. The more that we obsess over what happened in that timeline, what are the exact details, you know, the more that we want to remember all of the pain and heartache and heartbreak, as opposed to, you know, processing it so that we can get through it and be done with it and heal and learn our lesson, the more that we experience that, the more problems we're going to have. So once we get rid of that, we're going to actually be able to manifest more clearly. Give me just a second. We're going to be able to actually manifest more effectively. And I'm feeling this blockage in the left arm, which is the feminine centers. So I do feel like this has to do with persecution of the feminine, oppression of the feminine, degradation of the feminine. And that is something that we need to heal. So I was going to go ahead and get an overall energy read of this solstice energy from the Work Your Light Oracle deck. And I think I'm still going to do that. But in fact, I'm going to get it from the Crystal Oracle deck. We're going to get into the shadow energy. And then with the light Oracle deck, we're going to see how we can balance out the messages. One thing that's standing out to me is, we have the South Node in tropically in Libra in the 9th house, and we have Dark Moon Lilith at 29 degrees of Virgo in the 8th house. I believe at the end of this month or in July, Dark Moon Lilith will finally be moving into Libra, I believe. But they're all in Virgo in the 9th house. Give me just a second, folks. They're all in Virgo. Virgo is the sign of the Virgin. I did some channelings the past couple of days, and what came up was the Vestal Virgins. Oh no. I'm trying to drink this coffee and it's dripping on me. This is the Vestal Virgins, and I'm gonna tell you more about them. In ancient Rome, the Vestal Virgins, or Vestals, were priestesses of Vesta, virgin goddess of Rome's sacred hearth and its flame. Okay. They were unlike any other public priesthood. They were chosen before puberty from a number of suitable candidates, freed from any legal ties and obligations to their birth family, and enrolled in Vesta's priestly college of 6 priestesses. They were supervised by a senior Vestal, but chosen and governed by Rome's leading male priest, the Pontifex Maximus. In the imperial era, this meant the emperor. They served for up to 30 years, and they were granted extraordinary rights and privileges, some of which were granted to no others, male or female. Vestals who lost their chastity were guilty of incestum and were sentenced to living burial, a bloodless death that must seem voluntary. Their partners were beaten to death. Okay, well, I don't know why I read that part. But Vesta is the virgin goddess of the hearth, home, and family. She was rarely depicted in human form and was more often represented by the fire of her temple in the forum. Her parents were Saturn and Ops. So these Vestal Virgins were tending the flame. And I'm picking up for sure that this is like chosen ones, earth angels, definitely are supernatural others. But I think people like those of us who embody the divine feminine, whether or not, whatever kind of body or sex you were born into, you may be an embodiment of the divine feminine. It doesn't matter. And you might be a priest or priestess of a divine feminine deity, is what I'm picking up. And especially Hera, Vesta, I guess, but essentially just this mother. So you might also identify with the Sisterhood of the Rose, or the Brotherhood of the Rose. People, you might be a crystalline. That's another thing I'm picking up. You might be, you might resonate a lot with the Essenes, but definitely Hathor. I'm also picking up the mystery schools in Kemet and the Sacred Heart. The Sacred Heart, we know, is a heart that is on fire, passion. And I'm picking up the passion of the Christ. Your job here is to keep the flames, burning. Okay, and this is, I guess, to beat back the forces of evil, is what I'm hearing. And some people have definitely fallen off of their duties. They've definitely fallen off of their task, their mission, their purpose. And those people are receiving punishment. They're receiving due punishment. And I'm hearing that that is the betrayal. That is the betrayal. I kept hearing earlier this morning Judas timelines, and there's a lot of Judases out here. I kept hearing that. The reason why you're seeing a lot of these people's shadow, the Judas popping out of them, and why this is being allowed to happen is so that you can know who is actually on your side and who isn't, who actually is safe and who isn't, who you're actually supposed to be engaging with and who isn't, who, like, you can't take everybody with you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm so happy that it can serve as a safe space for you, because that is what this is intended to be. Who can actually serve as a safe space and who can't? You know what I mean? And who can hold you and who can't? Who can be in proximity to you and who can't? This is what you have to think about. And it's these little nuanced ways that they show you that they can't, that they're not really for you, that they're really not riding for you. And this is a brotherhood. This is a sisterhood. This is a covenant. This is a family. Your soul family, y'all are one in spirit. You feel me? I made the comparison to, like, in Ifa, it is like the children of Oshun. You have an 𝗪𝗿𝗀 who is your parent 𝗪𝗿𝗀 and who has chosen you. And you're of their lineage. So you might be Ōbaṭala's child. You might be Yemaya's child. You might be Oshun's child. Yes, honey pots all day, baby. In Afa and in a lot of other, so my teacher, Paulvin, is Ghanaian. I'm Liberian. And in Liberia, we have Poro and Sunday Society as well. But everything kind of is based off of this initial system. But there are differences. But in Afa, the understanding is that every river is a deity. So all of the river deities, it's not just the Oshun River, it's not just the Ganges River or the Yangtze River, it's like all of the rivers are sacred river deities. And if you're of that family, like the other, we call it Mamiwata, all of the water spirits. And if you are of that family, like, you are in effect related to all of the other Mamiwatas, okay? That's spelled Mamiwata, 2 separate words, Mamiwata. And I am warning y'all that I am gonna have to run to the restroom for a second at some point, because I am drinking this coffee. And so your soul family, the ones who are not fulfilling their mission, the ones who have gotten caught in these ego traps, in these karmic traps, I also refer to them as divine traps. They're meant to trap divine beings in karmic cycles by appealing to their ego. Confirmation burp, that is a solar plexus activation. I have a TikTok about this. I will link it in the description. Some of our soul family have gotten stuck in those spaces, and in Cancer season, we are being called to be vulnerable and stop holding on to the pain of the past, thinking that that is going to be a shield that keeps us safe, because it's simply not. It's simply not capable of keeping us safe. It's actually keeping us tethered to those timelines so that those things continue to happen in our lives. Okay? It's a way for us to use I'm hearing this is an excuse. The pain of the past is being weaponized as an excuse to wallow in self-pity, to stay in our own karmic behaviors. Okay, our maladaptive coping mechanisms. And if you continue to act out of your trauma, you're going to continue to seed trauma into the world around you. And that is going to reap more karmic situations for you. Remember, this arm is being moved, so this is the feminine. It is a fear of receiving. It is a fear of being sensitive, of being vulnerable. It is a fear of letting people in. It is a fear of letting our guard down because of a latent lack of trust within ourselves, and perhaps a latent lack of feeling lovable. You may have the matrix is the mother, okay? And I'm not talking about the false matrix, which is like the thought systems. I'm not talking about that. Because if you remember the movie The Matrix, once they get plugged out of the matrix, they don't just disappear. There's still another world. The real world is still out there. But the material universe is in and of itself a matrix. It has dimensions, length times width times depth. And in that reading that I did, the channeling that I did the other day for the Lilith Collective, I was talking about this. In math, I think that this was even middle school math, but definitely we did this in high school, but I think I learned this maybe in algebra, how to make a matrix. It's very simple mathematical stuff. So it's not, it's become a loaded term that people think like, oh, like, red pill, blue pill. I honestly don't even know what that means. I know common like references of black pill. I've heard that a few times. I don't know what any of that stuff means. But a matrix is a space, a container, if you will. In fact, let's look up the dictionary definition. An environment or material in which something develops, a surrounding medium or structure. The second definition, a mass of fine-grained rock in which gems, crystals, or fossils are embedded. So yes, the cosmic space, the universe, the material universe that we live in is a cosmic womb. It is a matrix. The amniotic fluid in that cosmic womb is the ether. Okay? And everything exists within that, right? So on a macrocosmic scale and on a microcosmic scale. Then we have the false matrix, which is a thought system that has been imposed upon us. And this is what I define as colonialism. And we have the 5 pillars of colonialism, starting with aspiritualism, which is to say a disconnect from spirit. And it is followed by, and that disconnect from spirit disconnects us from the collective and makes us have this black or white thinking, us versus them, as if they're this illusion of separateness. But when we have a spiritual consciousness and understanding, we know that that's not real, that's not true, everything is connected. So first we must be disconnected from spirit, and usually indoctrinated into a divisive, manipulative religious system to replace the idea of spirit that doesn't actually spiritually fulfill usually. Aspiritualism, cis heteropatriarchy, dividing us by gender and sex, cis heteropatriarchy, anti-indigeneity, anti-blackness, white domination and racism, that's its own pillar. capitalism and industrialism. And I know not every nation is capitalist, but capitalism is the dominant economic system because there is a dominant culture, and it is this culture, this Western culture that we live in. It is the dominant culture. And those are the 5 pillars. When I arrange these 5 pillars, you can make that into a pentagram, a 5-point star, and it is inverted because obviously these pillars of oppression and devolution and degradation are the inversion of how we are supposed to live life. When we are aligned with the universe, we have a spiritual consciousness that underlies our ways of doing and our ways of being. That is the foundation of who we are. We understand that, and with that in mind, we're not disconnected from each other, no matter what race, no matter what gender, no matter what sexual orientation. We are all one human family. We are all one earth family with the animals as well as the planet itself. And so we don't want to harm one another, and we don't want to harm the planet, because we understand that harming one another and harming the planet is in effect harming ourselves. Okay, these systems of manipulation and control are all based upon getting us to see each other as enemies, to harm one another, and in effect harm ourselves. As I've said before, because they can't actually do anything. They don't actually have any power. They have to force us to do it to ourselves. That's how powerful each and every single one of us is. I don't care what your spiritual ranking is. That is how powerful each and every single human being on earth is. And that, when we remember that and we remember our power, that brings us into our sovereignty. And we have to operate from our sovereignty if we want to live effectually. Okay? Live prosperously if we want to be conscious co-creators of our existence masterfully. People refer to that as manifestation. I don't talk about manifestation because I feel like it lumps me in with people with teachers and gurus who are kind of full of crap and hot air, and are disingenuous and dishonest, I feel. So yeah, moving on from that point, are some of our soul family, the matrix. Okay, so that's the false matrix. I'm talking about the true actual matrix. You may have mother wound trauma with your actual mother, and this is because of the distortions that exist around the egregores that exist in relation to motherhood, parenting, mother-child relationship, parent-child relationship. And this is all rooted in these distortions and egregores that exist in relation to femininity at large. This has to do with the distortion around femininity, and this has to do with the marginalization and erasure and exploitation of the dark feminine. Okay, I do feel in a way that this story of Lilith and Adam and Eve is an allegory. Do I believe that it maybe really did happen to some extent? Yes, if you've seen what I've seen and you've experienced what I've experienced in terms of magic and things like, you will understand why I am not someone who believes that like it's all just allegory. Like, magic is 100% real. I guarantee you of that. I've seen it. I've seen some Lord of the Rings level, Harry Potter level type stuff, okay, with my own 2 eyes. So, yeah, I do believe that this actually happened, but maybe not necessarily in the way that we picture it happening, but in an allegorical sense. You know, we had our divine counterparts, and for whatever reason, perhaps through manipulation and exploitation, which I do believe probably is what happened, and spell work, honestly, the masculine decided to attempt to oppress the feminine, maybe out of jealousy, maybe out of envy for what the feminine could produce, because you do need the feminine energy to produce. It is the womb space. It is the matrix. You need the matrix to be able to manifest, right? And so at some point, probably some incel type being decided that they were jealous and they didn't like that and it wasn't fair, and decided to create a system in which they would oppress and marginalize the feminine, whereas before they were equal, and in fact the feminine was worshipped. Because it only makes sense to worship something that you love, that feeds into you, that gives you something. I always say this: if you want to feed on someone's energy, why wouldn't you just be super, super nice to them and like make them feel great? Because I personally would want to, like, they're going to keep you around longer for sure. And two, like, I just feel like that would give me more of what I want, which is their energy. That's what sycophants do. And I do feel like sycophants usually tend to be able to stay, like, kiss asses tend to be able to stay in the energy of the person that they're trying to feed off of longer than somebody who is nasty and rude, and negging them. You know what I mean? That's just what I have thought about before. But also, I don't want bad energy. I don't want nasty, low vibrational, violent energy. So I can't comprehend any of that stuff. You know what I mean? But essentially, what I am picking up is that these incel type beings, or people, and it was a priestly class. It was an upper class. They were able to fall under the manipulations of off-worlders to be like, yeah, we should be in charge. Yeah, we do need to be better than them. This is what is right. And they started trying to assert dominance over the feminine, and the feminine, obviously with, being integrated in her dark and light, was like, excuse me, what do you think this is? You know what I mean? And they were like, you're gonna do what I say. You're gonna be under my thumb. And she's like, I'm actually not. That's never gonna happen. Like, you will never, ever be above me. We are equals or we are nothing. There are some stories where Lilith was actually trying to be on top, but generally the actual, what I believe is Talmudic text, or from the 𝗵𝗱, I think. I may be saying that wrong. She was just about being equal. It wasn't about being on top. It was about being equal. Because that, and in indigenous societies, like, that is the understanding. We both serve our purpose. It is different, but it is necessary. I have certain talents and abilities that I bring to the table, but guess what? I'm not good at sewing. I can cook my ass off. I can bake like a motherfucker, okay? And, I have these spiritual gifts and talents, and that is my calling. But I'm not a great sewer. I'm not an engineer. You know what I mean? Like, so when in the revolution, I always say this, and especially when we were doing revolution work with my care network back in 2020, everybody has a role to play. Some people are going to be the soldiers on the ground. Some people are going to be the healers. Some people are going to be the maternal figures who are making food to feed, to feed the people, to feed the warriors, to feed everyone. Some people, everyone has a job, and there's no reason to force somebody who is good at doing math to try to be the English teacher. Let the person who's good at being the English teacher be the English teacher. instead of trying to make them the gym teacher. Everyone has a role to play and they need to be playing it. You need to get in where you fit in, not in the sense of take what you can, but in the sense of this is who you were born to be. I told my niece this the other day because she was trying to do some stuff in uni. She was trying to be a doctor just because she wants to be responsible. You know what I mean? And I knew that she wasn't going to go forward with med school, but because she's an artist just like the rest of us. She's a creative just like the rest of us. My grandfather was an artist. Him and all of his brothers, I think, were architects, but he was a sculptor. My mom went to FIT. Like, my siblings were all musicians and artists. Like, that's what we're about. I knew she wasn't going to follow through with it, and she ended up realizing, like, I can't do this. And I explained to her, listen, dude, you may, even if you finished it, you would never have been the best doctor in the world because it's not what you were born to do. It's not what you're passionate about. You may not think that you wanting to be a fashion designer or a stylist is like a fashion designer is actually that important, but it is. You don't know who you're going to affect with your designs, with your art, with who you grow into as you go along the journey of becoming the designer that you were clearly born to be. She's been obsessed with fashion design ever since she was a little kid, and she's very good at it. You will always, like, you could have been a mid-ass doctor, a mid-ass astronomer or scientist. That was part of it too. It was like many different forms of science that she was trying to be. And it was like that the intention wasn't true. For that reason, I could tell that the intention wasn't true. But you will be the very best you always when you do you and live as your authentic self. The sky's the limit. There is no limit for what you can do when you're actually doing what your destiny is calling you to do. And I had to learn that the hard way. You know, I started off school similarly, like doing things, film major and marketing minor, because I was afraid to just do art. And then it was just so hard for me. You know, I kept choosing things that were practical and reasonable and responsible. But finally, and my ancestors kept sweeping it off the table. I kept having issues and blockages and obstacles popping up. And finally, I was just like, no, I'm just going to do art and film, and I'm just going to be an artist. Like, that's what it's going to be. And that worked. And I was able to get through it. It was hard, but I was able to get through it. And it was ultimately a very nourishing, fulfilling experience for me. And then the final year was not great. And I was experiencing a lot of karmic tests, but I was committed to what was for me. And I championed that shit. And I bodied it, you know? And everyone said that my installation in our graduate exhibition was the best thing in the show. So this is the lesson, is like, whatever karmic traps that you might have had upon your mind to get you trapped, to keep you from living in your purpose, it's time to be disabused of that. It's time to let go of that. Okay? Be the best version of yourself that you can be. Coming back to Lilith wanting to be equal. So this is something I've been channeling for years and years and years. Like, one day I just had a realization that I was like, Adam raped her. Like, he raped her. And that is a realization, a download that I had many years ago. And it's all been like undulating since then, like a ribbon. But yeah, she was not having it. And I'm definitely thinking that this was like the priestly class, the priest king class. So of these dragon lineages. And the divine feminine was just like, a lot of them probably were desecrated in this what have you. But then they were just like, I'm leaving, and packed up their stuff and left. And because they were not willing to fall in line, became the demonized other. And the idea of what the feminine was, this powerful creatrix, was replaced with this meek, mild-mannered scapegoat. Either way, we're getting scapegoated. So what difference does it make? If you are the scapegoat in your narcissistic and power dynamic system, what difference does it make? If you're gonna be, if you can't win for losing, what difference does it make if what you do? No matter what, they're gonna talk shit. No matter what, they're gonna come for you. So you may as well fulfill yourself, because you can't fulfill them. They'll never be pleased, people like this. People who have a God-sized hole within them. That's what spiritualism causes, a black hole within. And some of our soul family has gotten caught up in those traps, and they have a black hole that they're fighting for their lives. But guess what? Judgment has been passed. That's what I'm hearing. Y'all may have heard, like, we're in the time of judgment. We're in the time of judgment, probably since the equinox. Well, judgment has been passed, and, they're being held accountable for what they did. Not only did they betray you, but they betrayed their purpose, they betrayed their contract, and they betrayed that is a coven and a covenant. A coven has a covenant, right? And they betrayed it. Light workers, star seeds, rainbow children. They betrayed it. So what I was talking about with matrices, that is, and think about it, matrices, matron, mater, mother, main. The French word for hand is main. Your mitts, if you will. So it all has to do with manipulation. It all has to do with one another. A lot of folks have distortions and wounding around being provided for, being cared for. Perhaps you didn't receive that when you were a young person, when you were a child. But either way, we get indoctrinated into these distortions through the institutions of through the social institutions of indoctrination. In sociology, the first institution is the family. The second institution is the media. And that's why it's important to have media literacy, y'all. Okay, it's really important to have media literacy. And this is what is coming up with the divine feminine. It's like your persecuted ancestors want to have a word, and the persecuted parts of yourself that you're still afraid to engage with want to have a word. And this Cancer season, in this next third of the wheel until we get to the autumnal equinox, is about loving on yourself hardcore, radical self-love, radical self-care. And that doesn't mean I'm going to get myself a little treat every time I want it. No, honestly, sometimes radical self-care is like, that's not in my budget, and I'm not doing that, because it is actually a form of self-harm financially for me to keep spending money that's outside of my budget when I know that I'm working towards something. You feel me? Sometimes radical self-care is being the parent that you needed. And even if you didn't have a terrible childhood, even if your parents were great, they're still human. There are still things that each of us needs and needed. But especially, like I said, the enabler is coming up. So some people think, oh, I had a great upbringing, I had a great time. But, think about certain people who have privilege don't understand and can't empathize with those who don't, and the struggles and the lives that they lead and the actions that they take. For instance, people being like, well, if they didn't want to go to jail, they shouldn't have stole, and they're stealing food because they can't afford food. What kind of system is working and is effective when there are people who can't afford food? That doesn't make sense. That's not real. Easy for you to say when you're not someone who's experiencing those things, right? The enabler. There's an awakening happening of people who have been enabled by the false mother. The false mother is this false light system. Everything's hunky-dory. Everything's toxic positivity. Don't think about the bad things. We're going to have some fun. Don't ever think about anything that happened in the past. Oh, if I just close my eyes and stick my head in the dirt, then none of that bad stuff is happening. That's not real. And yes, I'm using a Mickey Mouse voice because that's some Mickey Mouse ass bullshit. You feel me? That's dumb as hell. That's not how it works. Just because you put your head in the sand, 515 on the timer, so we're getting lots of 5s and lots of 1s, there is big, big change happening. Change that you manifested. And yes, it's going to really, really like revolutionize everything when we hit that Lionsgate portal on the 8th of August. A whole new world is what I'm hearing. So it may even be like you don't have any kind of like problem with your parent per se, your mother figure, but maybe you have a terrible grandmother and your parent and your mom has a terrible relationship with your grandmother, or maybe you have an evil stepmom, or your mom has an evil stepmom. Both of my parents have evil stepmothers. Ha! You know, I talk about my parents having had not good childhoods. Both of my parents had evil stepmothers. Like, if I tell y'all some of the things that some of these people were doing back in the day, it's crazy, but we're not going to get into that. And maybe you witnessed that and that like was really tough for you. Or maybe you had a really great parent, but y'all grew up really struggling to make ends meet. Or the social world, the false matrix. Because social facts are not facts. This is stuff that I realized in sociology, the idea of a false matrix. Because social facts are not facts. You know what I mean? Oh, the dominant language here is not the dominant language somewhere else. And the dominant language of this globalized society is English, but that didn't always used to be true. It used to be French, la lingua franca. It used to be French. You know what I mean? So these things are not facts. There are facts though, and those are hard science facts, our biology, things like this. And those are also always changing. But the point is, you may feel like you can't trust the universe. You can't trust life. You don't want to be vulnerable and open yourself and let things in because of the things that have happened to you in your experience. And like the universe doesn't love you. God doesn't love you because you may have not gotten your needs met as a child. You may have been, bullied or ostracized or alienated. All of these things. And that may have broken your trust in the universe. But the way that this came up to me is the understanding that children, when you don't treat children with love, it's not that they don't love you, they stop loving themselves. And they still love you, and they're still going to do whatever they can to get love from you, to get attention from you. I know, like, I have worked a lot with children, and when a kid is not getting enough attention and enough love, when they'll do anything for attention. Like, they will even act up, be bad because they want attention, because they're not getting it and they don't have a proper outlet for whatever it is they need to express. Okay. And, you might have an extremely loving parent who is doing the best that they can, but maybe they're a single parent. Maybe they have mental illness. Maybe they're going through grief. You know what I mean? Maybe just, you never know. There's so many variables in this world, but the point is that we're healing those parts of us that feel abandoned. That inner child that feels abandoned. And let's bring this back to the Gnostic mythos. Sophia birthed the universe into existence, and we have Shakti and we have Shiva. And Shiva Shiva is the first emanation, like it is will, it is action. Okay, this like thought consciousness. It is the first wave that forms in the matrix and causes these frequencies causes these ripple reactions to happen, because quantum physically, if this then that, the karmic rule of causation, I think it is, but also quantum physically, every action has an equal and opposite reaction. So this woman that I know and love, God rest her soul, may she rest in peace, she said, God called out and the angels came to God. And this is what that is. So think about this when you are thinking about your co-creation. You are putting out a frequency, you are putting out a vibration, you are putting out an energy, and what is coming back to you is in response to that. Once again, it's not necessarily like, oh, I'm manifesting bad things in my life. No, you just need to heal that energy, because you didn't, like, just because you manifested in your family, you incarnated in your family, like, you didn't cause the karma that you inherited. If somebody does something to you that traumatizes you, you didn't cause that. Although as children, we often think that we did cause it, we didn't. And a lot of that has to do with like a victim blaming society. This isn't a society built on abuse. This is a grape culture. Okay, it's your fault. You did it. It's built in a way to protect perpetrators. So this idea that like, oh, well, what was my contribution? I was born. I don't know. I simply was existing. I was simply there. You know what I mean? No. Wrong. When we get to this point in our shadow work where it's like, well, what did I contribute to the situation? What can I take accountability for? This thing that happened to me in childhood, or something that somebody did to me. It could even be like being in, you know, oh, I went to work on 9/11 and then this happened. Are you going to blame someone for that trauma? Or I went to the grocery store and then there was a gas leak, or whatever, you know, things that are out of our control. I don't want to be too triggering, but things that are out of our control, you know what I mean? Oh, I was there, that's my fault. No, the thing that you take accountability for is not processing your trauma and continuing on with that narrative and allowing it to control you. That's it. You take accountability for that. And then we do the opposite action, which is stop allowing it to control us. Healing that part of ourselves, removing that. Okay, so don't take responsibility for someone else harming you, for victimizing you. Okay? If you were victimized, that doesn't mean that your identity now is victim. You experience victimization. And you can recover. Don't take on the responsibility of other people's actions, because that keeps them from being able to experience the karma, the karmic justice of what they did. You are not responsible for anyone else's actions. They have free will. So stop. I'm hearing for some of you, it's your parents. For some of you, your parents were not good parents. And you are taking responsibility. This is the betrayal. Some of you, it was friends. Some of you, it was family members. It was your parents. Maybe it was a grandparent. A lot of you, the betrayal was that your grandparents were not good parents to your parents. And this is a resentment that you have. And this is, this is what's coming through, is that your grandparents, if they passed on, want to tell you that they're sorry and that they're trying their best to keep you safe, because they know that they didn't do what they were supposed to do. People oftentimes don't realize that in relationships, it's not about give and take. It's about being of service. It's about fulfillment. If you are in a leadership position, it's not about your privileges. It's not about like misuse of power. It is about being of service to those that you have power over. That is what you were given your power to do. And I get really worked up about this because, you know, as somebody who has a lot of privilege in my country, and also a lot of privilege compared to people who are not from my background, but had the same material circumstances and identity markers as myself. With great power comes great responsibility. But a lot of people choose to abuse their power instead of being responsible and being of service to the people who they get their power from. Not all power comes from exploitation and marginalization. True power is bestowed upon you. That's your anointing. And you are meant to lead. You are meant to pour back into the collective to those who don't have that same level of power. You fill that void so that you as a collective can reach fulfillment. But too many people abuse their power to cause harm. They misuse their power. They misuse the privileges that come with their power. Remember, that was part of the Vestal Virgins, is that they got special privileges that nobody else got. And it does have to do in the larger scale for my esoteric folks, the Chosen One Collective, with these bloodlines, these people who had these anointings, these lineages. There was an abuse of power that happened. And this created, and there's an enabling that happens. Abuse of power can't happen without the enablers. And they are part of the toxic system. They are complicit and they actively contribute to it by enabling abuse of power. And you know that we're talking about this because we have Pluto retrograde at 1 degree of Aquarius. And as we move into this next quarter of the wheel, it's in the first house. So it is focusing on our primacy, our essential energy, our manifestation abilities, our raw, uncut power. But I will say this much, sidereally, Pluto is retrograde in Capricorn in the first house. We're really reviewing the dynamics, the structures of power and how they've been built upon, and establishing how we revolutionize for the future, how we're changing things up for the future. Part of the reason why this next quarter is going to be a little bit more chill is because Pluto is going to be in Capricorn again. I don't think I mentioned, but I have been sick for a few days. So I just want to point that out there. Friends, I'm going to take a second to run to the restroom, and I will be RB. I'm back. 43:23. Okay. Excuse me. What I'm going to do is I'm going to offer y'all some essences. Black pepper essence. And on the heart chakra, 144 on the timer. And also on the throat chakra. And we're going to offer you some rose essence. See if you can smell that. And if you can, leave a comment. Really picking up big Sisterhood of the Rose here. And what I'm being told is that the Sisterhood of the Rose is really Lilith. It's not Eve. She was the original mother. And I'm hearing that Eve was actually the mother of vampires. Demons. That's what I'm hearing. The original Earthlings were children of Lilith. And the Lilith Collective, you might be people who identify as witches. You might have past lives where you were a witch and you may have experienced persecution in those past lives. And if that is the case for you, I'm sorry that you experienced that, and thank you for the service that you bring to the collective. So I'm just looking for my lotion, my hand lotion. Let's get back into the chart. This has to do with Pluto. So we're rewriting the power dynamics, and those are those who have been abusing power are being exposed. And they are also being brought to task. Justice is being had because Capricorn is ruled by Saturn, which also is related to the law and to justice. Okay, like I said, those that betrayed us, especially those who had karmic contracts to protect and uplift us, you might have karmic parents and you are their karma, because their job was to be of service to you and to heal their trauma regardless of what happened to them, to take care of you, and they didn't do it. Some of you, that is the case. Some of you have people who were sent here along with you to be your support, and they betrayed you and they turned against you. One second. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I had a troll. And they turned against you and they betrayed you. And for this reason, they are going to receive serious karma, because I'm hearing that these people, some of you were betrayed by friends. And I'm definitely picking up a feminine energy. They were like your handmaidens in like other lives. They may, if they were princesses, you were the queen. Okay, it's like as if the sailor 𝗪𝗫 betrayed Sailor Moon. That's what it's like. And defected to work for 𝗪cie𝗀𝗺𝗃. That's what it would be. That's what it would be like. That it would be the equivalent of that. Okay. And let me get back into the chart. These people are receiving justice. Keep speaking on your truth. 4400 is the number that's coming up. Oh, I need to write down 144 and 44 again. So anyway, let's get into the cards so that we're not going forever. Let's get into the cards. There is still something in the chart that I want to speak to. We have Fortuna at 0 degrees of Leo, so 29 degrees, 30 degrees Cancer, but 0 degrees Leo, so it's just entering Leo in the 8th house in sidereal, but in tropical, it's 24 degrees Leo in the 7th house. So it's Leo all the way. You need to shine your brightest. You need to let go of that old identity that you had that was not, not sovereign. And walk in your power and walk in your light. You glow from within. You don't need the shiny stuff to attract. You glow from within. You've done the shadow work. Okay? And so as you continue to pour into yourself and treat yourself and pamper yourself and admit to yourself that you are the queen, the king, what have you, the regent, the sovereign. As you continue to pour into yourself in mind, body, and spirit, this includes what you eat, your sleep schedule, the words that you say to yourself, the relationships that you hold, the places that you go. As you continue to pour into yourself the lifestyle of the most sovereign you, which if you haven't figured that out, take a seat and meditate on that and journal about that. You're going to want to look at the 10th house for sure. And also the 2nd house for sure, to figure out some of what that will look like for you in your natal chart and also maybe your progress chart. You're going to call that into you. And don't let the fact that it has maybe taken a long time for the material world, remember Mother Matter, to bring back to you. Some of you, the trauma is that like you feel like your manifestations haven't been coming to you, even though you've been doing so much work on yourself and you've been putting in the effort, and like it's not coming back to you in the way that you see it coming to other people. First of all, let's forget about comparing ourselves to other people. We're not doing that. Second of all, and I'm actually going to offer up some smoke cleansing to the collective right now because of that just happened. Give me a sec. Okay, I just needed to open the window so I can do some smoke cleansing. Refortify this space. But I do think that there are going to be agitators who are just trying to keep you from moving into this next phase of your life. But I really genuinely believe that Cancer season is going to be that. It is that Ace of Pentacles portal that we have been waiting for, Cancer season. And it requires our vulnerability. It requires us being sensitive. It requires us being in our bodies. It requires us being, I'm sorry, I'm going to close the window just a crack because it gets really loud. I think it's open enough for like the energies to get out. Okay, that's enough, I think. But it requires us being sensitive and vulnerable and in our bodies, and like it requires us honoring our intuition and admitting to ourselves what we really truly want, what our values are, right? That is just so important right now. And the 8th and 9th house are being highlighted here, especially the 9th house. So with that motorcycle that passed by, I felt like that was definitely talking about quantum leaping and timeline jumping. And that requires you operating from these higher consciousness philosophies and principles as an alchemist. Okay, as the magician, as the sorcerer in your life, as the conscious co-creator of your experience. But some of you, I've said this before and I'll say it again, you haven't received the material manifestation of your co-creations because they're of a frequency that could not materialize yet. They could not materialize yet. Your promises, your prosperity, your wealth. 1122. Degrees in Aries with the North Node and Chiron in the 3rd house. But now we've gotten to that point where it is able to manifest in the material realm, in the 3D. Just you wait and see, right? Okay. So don't lose faith. Don't lose sight of what you know to be true. Keep on pushing forward. And continue healing yourself. Those shadow wounds, you got to continue working on those and healing those. So let's go ahead and jump into the cards. We might refer back to We might refer back to the chart. I'm sure we will. But we're going to just get into the reading now. So we get carnelian, comes out in the reverse, go with your gut. A cherry red chalcedony used by ancient Romans and signet rings. So there's a lot coming up about Rome. That is something that we're going to want to keep note of. You might have an incarnation in ancient Rome. It might just like the answers that you're looking for are in ancient Rome is what I'm picking up here. Wax doesn't, and also Atlantis. A coven was created to counteract the false mother entities, and those priestesses who stayed and defected became the W's of Babylon. It was like they were the divine priestesses were like, we gotta go. This betrayal we can't stand for. And they were like, we're not the ones who didn't go with them, the ones who allowed it to continue. They are the betrayers. And this has happened over and over and over again, and this is why it's happened in your life karmically. Wax doesn't stick to it, and by modern folk to ward off insecurities, carnelian's fiery energy, and I have a carnelian right here actually, helps spin us out of fearful thought cycles and into action. So if Gemini season had been having you overthinking, obsessing, just very suspicious energy, I also pick up. I think a lot of people have been ideating and out of their shadow, and carnelian is here to help. Who needs it? The understimulated, anybody looking to get acquainted with their fears. Hello, fear. My name is your name. We have some beautiful work to do together now, STFU, and let's do this, like I said. Where to put it? Wherever you want to inject some passion and confidence, your palate or your pelvis. I think that this is really having a lot to do with the sacral and us not believing that we have creative power because we have somehow been castrated in our feminine and or in our masculine. There have been a lot of distractions, and spirit is asking you to focus on yourself. All of the emotion, the drama, trauma, and BS is just a distraction. You need to pay attention to healing yourself. You need to pay attention to taking care of yourself. Don't let anyone else's nonsense get you off your game, because they're paying for it now. Believe that. And believe in your creative power. Your power to create is what makes you akin to God. That is the divine spark within you. Feed that fire, Vestal virgins. I'm hearing this, there's this idea of like fornication versus like, and copulation. If you have a divine counterpart, you're supposed to be with that person, and your energies will match, even if it's like a soulmate, whoever is meant to be for you. Not just like hooking up with anyone because you're bored or anything like that. Like whoever is meant for you, and that is fine, but the fornication will lead you to ruin and extreme punishment, because you have too much power to be acting like a plebeian, is what I'm hearing. when to use it, when you find your creativity or S drive in sleep mode. And I do think that that is what is coming up. I want you to make art for the sake of making art. I want you, Serpentine is definitely coming out here, and Barite. Get answers to your biggest questions or awaken your reptilian nature. Barite is widely occurring brittle sulfate mineral. It's often transparent or creamy white. Sometimes it's icy blue, beautiful and frosty. Desert rose is a common variety of barite. Who needs it? Anyone who leaves for work each morning with the sinking suspicion that their true destiny is anything but this. Tape to your forehead during meditation. When to use it? When it's way past time to stop saying yes. And let's talk about it. South Node at 11 degrees in the 9th house in Libra, tropically. And it's at 17 degrees in Virgo, sidereally. Stop taking care of everyone else and prioritizing everyone else and focusing on fixing everyone else and making sure that everything is good for everyone else. And make sure to start putting that energy towards you. Let them take care of themselves. And you definitely have disingenuous people in your energy, and soon the time is going to come for them to be removed, but just don't forget who they are and what the truth is. Stop saying yes to things you hate. Ask Barite what your true calling is, then go live it. It will be terrifying, but what's the alternative? I do get the sense that you maybe have had to acquiesce and do things that you didn't want to do out of a state of necessity, but something is being brought to surface and brought up for you to heal from. Because of that, it was a cycle that you needed to break, and this was the only way that you could break it, and you have broken it. The cycle is done. Awaken your reptilian nature with serpentine, a lime to kale green stone with a reptilian appearance. Serpentine's activating energy is like a deep exfoliation treatment for the spiritual self. Who needs it? Kundalini yogis, anyone in need of a fresh start. Where to put it? During meditation, hold serpentine in each hand and concentrate on circulating energy from the base of the spine to the crown of the head. So be doing a lot of meditation, be doing a lot of energy work. You want to continually cleanse and purify your energy, because there's a lot that's coming up to go, or has been. You want to just keep it circulating, keep it moving, because that is how you're going to vibrate at the highest frequency that you can. Or the most optimal, but I am picking up highest, because when you're vibrating at a higher frequency, the dense energies can't stick to you. They can't even really come near you. And I'm also picking up, you're probably wondering why some people are not able to, you haven't heard from some people, you don't see some people, you're not engaging with some people anymore, and it's because they are not resonant with your vibrational frequency. And so they can't come into your reality, basically. And some people, you'll notice, I've talked about this before, but you'll notice that they're trying to agitate you and get you. They're causing drama where there doesn't need to be any. And you might be like, what is wrong with this person? Like I said yesterday, I don't know if I said this yesterday. I may have done this reading for TikTok. But basically, even the supernatural others can become a Mr. Smith, okay? They can be mounted and ridden if their energy is low vibrational enough. If they are vibrating at a low frequency, even they can be weaponized by the enemy. And that's exactly what's happening, because these people don't have spiritual practices. They don't take care of themselves. You may have recognized the light in them at one point, but they're not. You can't force them to be who you see them being or what's possible for them. Okay, they have to choose that, and they're choosing not to. They're choosing to ignore their calling, who they are, what they are, and maybe that's just part of their karmic lesson right now. Maybe that's part of their journey right now. But the point is, these people are the ones who can be mounted and ridden. And if you're I am so shocked, I never would have thought that you would be the one to behave this way. these people, they're the prime ones that the enemy's using because they're the ones who can get close to you. Because of how much you trusted, they're the only ones that can get close to you. And now they're trying to keep you at a low frequency, keep you locked up in karmic BS. So look at both of your karmic patterns. Sometimes at being quote unquote nice is in and of itself being karmic with this Libra, South Node in Libra. Sometimes trying to fix things and repair things and get things back on track and optimize things, that is sometimes a shadow trait with this South Node in Virgo. It's not your job. If they're not willing to do it, and if they are actively contributing to chaos in your situation and problems and drama, that's what they're choosing to do. That's who they're choosing to be, and they don't have to be. They're not somebody who can be in your energy. They are showing that to you. They're proving that to you. And you need to honor that. They're showing you who they are. Accept them for who they are. And that's why this is happening, because they're being used as weapons, and you just have to be like, I'm not dealing with this shit anymore. I don't think that this is somebody that you need to confront or something that you need to confront. I think it's just a relationship that you need to decide is over and call back all of your energy, and remove those cords and seal your energy up. That's what I'm picking up. When it's time to let go of tired beliefs and get stuck energy unstuck. If serpentine arrives in your life, it's an invitation to rip off all proverbial band-aids and regroup. Hit the sauna, sweat it out, and release any lingering drama. Like I said, I picked up mirroring. This might be a twin flame collective. I know oftentimes it is. And we get organize your headspace with howlite, rose quartz, take care of your heart. A lot of heart chakra work. Hittite, clean your happy place. You have to give yourself this life. Nobody can give it to you, and nobody can take it away from you. You're the one who chooses how to move forward. Don't be afraid to say no. Don't be afraid to let go. You're divinely taken care of. Don't let these people control your mind, who you are, what you do, what you believe anymore. You are the sovereign. Definitely with the howlite, it is talking about simplicity. Simplify your life. I did see a 10 of Swords in the meditation, and I feel like this is saying, like, stop carrying around everybody else's burdens. Stop carrying around, like, I feel like a lot of us are choosing to play small because we are making their burdens our responsibility, their emotional immaturity, their envy, their problems. And it's not our problem if they don't like it. You need to commit to the bit. You need to commit to who you have decided to be. And that might bring some grief because it means that you're going to have to let go of certain relationships. And that also includes the relationship that you had to yourself. They don't want you to vibrate out of alignment and out of frequency with them, but you have to anyway. They want to keep you in this structure and in this dimension because they see that the portal is opening up for you to step through. And it has been loading, the energy has been loading and transforming your life, and it's going to open right up so that you can go right through it, through the looking glass. This may have been a 4-year cycle for you. May have been an 8-year cycle where all of this stuff was happening. But either way, you're being liberated from all of this. If they can't take care of themselves, that's their problem. But you need to take care of yourself and come into alignment with the people who are really meant for you. Where to put it, Hidden like it's 𝗪𝗿𝗁 should be aimed at the heart. When you find yourself stuck in the past or too focused on the future, Hidden is down to make the most of every moment. If you're in a rut, call on Hidden to help you love your way out of it. Take time to be present in the moment. I'm writing notes in my book of shadows, and I encourage you all to do the same. Be present in the moment. Meditate. Keep energy flowing. Relieve yourself. Let go. Operate with intention. Go to the places that you want to be in and don't go to the places you don't want to be in. Invest in the relationships that you actually want to experience, and do not invest in the things that you don't want to experience. It's as simple as that. Okay. Rose quartz, take care of your heart. There is going to be a lot of heart chakra work here. And I think also focusing on the heart center of the earth. Getting grounded, staying grounded. If you are being, my orb was rose quartz when we meditated. Oh my God, I love that. I love that. If you are being called to, what is it? If we're being called to be vulnerable, which we are, be soft, be gentle, let down our guard. One, our intuition has to be on point. Our discernment has to be on point. We cannot be self-abandoning. But two, we need to be grounded, because that is going to open us up a lot to receiving more than we need to. You might understand if you identify as an empath. So you're going to want to be grounding and connecting to the Earth Star chakra and to the heart center of the earth on a daily basis. Who needs it? The overly self-critical, sentient spiritual beings who love deeply, those in the healing arts. Where to put it in space? Spaces you want to zone safe and sacred, held with both hands to your heart with the utmost loving kindness. If it doesn't feel like love, I don't want it. That's what I'm hearing. When you feel like and love doesn't feel like it's suffocating you. It doesn't feel urgent. That could be passion, or that could be enmeshment, but that's not love. Love is steady and stable. It is generative. It is nurturing. It fills you up. It heals. It doesn't take away from you. When you feel like you always have to be the one to have it all figured out, to work the hardest, to hold it all together for everyone else, rose quartz gives us a pink cashmere covered platform to be soft, sweet, and open to spirit. Yeah, like I said, stop being responsible for other people's feelings, because a lot of these people are jealous and envious of you, and that's part of the reason why you're not getting everything that you deserve. You're trying to take along people who cannot go with you. They're not meant to be there. They were a karmic lesson, and it's over now. Copper, energize your whole world. Copper also relates to the heart chakra, to Taurus, to Venus. This is about conductivity. Okay. Also, they're citing chrysocolla and malachite and turquoise. I have some malachite, but it's not over here right now. And I also have copper. when to use it, when it's time to pack up an old idea of who you are and ship it out for good, because this is a big part of it. These relationships external to you are just reflections of the relationship you have to yourself. Okay, right now is a time to journal and meditate upon who you really are. And if there's tension in your relationships, what is that telling you and what is that showing you? 𝗵𝗱𝗱𝗏, beam yourself up, way up. Acts like a teleportation device to places transcendent. Like I said, I do feel like this is going to be a period where you want to be meditating a lot. You might want to be trying like astral projection or guided meditations to go to like different realms, doing a lot of energy work. Definitely going to be in the ethers a lot. It clears skepticism, cynicism, and logic from the spiritual path. Those of you who've had blockages due to that hypermasculine, toxic masculine, colonial, false matrix ideation. Anyone looking for the ray of light from on high to hit them with something good. I'm hearing, tell me something good. Tell me that you like it, yeah. So I do feel like a lot of good news is going to be coming to you at this time. Tell me something good. I think that's Rufus and Chaka Khan. Tell me that you want me, yeah. Things that you've been waiting for a long, long time. I do want to say that, like, if there's a person, place, or thing that may have felt like a twin flame, and they've been fooling around and they've been wasting your time, if they've been acting karmic, I want you to remember this. Lust is not high value. It's not few and far between. It's extremely common. In fact, there's way too much of it. Somebody lusting after you is not a compliment. Someone wanting to get to know you on a soul level, on a spiritual level, that's actually a compliment. I'm looking at Vertex and Dark Moon Lilith in Virgo in the 9th house. Protecting your purity. Protecting your innocence. And I'm not slut-shaming here. Your purity of spirit, your purity of soul, consciousness, energy. You have a childlike wonder about you. You know, where I've spent the majority of my adult life, people see that and they think that you're dumb, or they think that you're a rube. They think that they can play you. But that's because they're cynics. And that's because they hate themselves deep down. That's because they're not connected to source the way that you are. And they don't like to see that in you. So they might try and like bring you down a few notches. They will just, these kinds of people, like, you can tell that they don't even know why they're acting like this. They know that it's wrong, but they'll just like hate on you and like do and say things to try and like humiliate you or make you feel bad about yourself. This kind of thing. Like always negging you. It's really coming down to negging. Because they're so emotionally immature that they have to act like a child. These people want to get you out of your pillar of light. They want to take you out of alignment with your divinity, with your integrity. And why? Because misery loves company. Oh girl, misery loves some company. So they're going to want you to be on the same level as them because they don't want to be alone. Instead of doing the work to level up, it's easier for them to just be like, get down here with me. And that's why in a channeling that I did a few nights ago, I think last Friday, I talked about like this saying that sober folks have when somebody is actively still using and you're hanging out with them to try and get them like, to try and help them out and show them the light. Just remember, it's more likely that they will get you drunk or high before you get them sober. You have to put yourself first. You have to put your safety mask on first. Stop misusing that maternal energy. Stop misusing nurturing and care and turning it out on others. Your inner self, your inner child, your inner shadow is calling out for that nurture, that love, that care. But you're too busy giving it to others who don't deserve it and who would never do the same for you. That is a maladaptive coping mechanism. That is a toxic trait. And some of you are actually hypercritical of others. And you just, because you're hypercritical of yourself, and you just feel like you have to tell everybody what you think and try to make them what you want them to be. That's not your job. Like I said, you need to accept people, places, things, situations, institutions for what they are and act accordingly in your best interest. That doesn't mean be narcissistic and like self-seeking and self-serving. It means having proper priorities and values. Venus is in the sign of Cancer in the 6th house tropically. I am hearing you. Thank you, 𝗪𝗓𝗄. 222 on the timer. Let's look at 222. Venus is in Gemini in the 6th house sidereally. So between these two things, you are having a lot of emotional breakthroughs and understandings, and it is all working towards you being more compassionate and empathetic. That doesn't mean that you just let people off the hook for causing harm. You know what I mean? They still did that. That's still who they are. You have to accept that. That's what radical acceptance is about. But, empathizing, I understand why they did it. That doesn't mean that it's okay. And I'm not going to allow this to control me anymore. Being at peace with the situation. Maybe if you struggle with forgiving people, forgive the situation, forgive yourself, forgive your idea of a higher power. Because like I said, sometimes we think like, oh, the universe hates me, God hates me. When in actuality, it's nothing to do with a higher power. This is a free will realm, which is why a lot of malevolencies come here and set up shop here, because they can do what they want and get away with it. Well, it's an idea that they're getting away with it, but they're really not. They can manipulate us into doing things, here that they can't elsewhere, because those aren't free will realms. And the systems are the way that they are. That system isn't necessarily, it's not a divine system. This is not God's system. This is a man-made system. The system's working exactly as it's supposed to. So you don't need to be mad at God or yourself. But my higher power, the Most High Divine Creator, uses every weapon formed against me in my favor. Never said that the weapons wouldn't be formed, but they will not prosper. And every situation that was meant to harm me will be used to lift me up to my throne. And the same is true for you. That person chose to do what they did to you. They didn't have to do it. God didn't get in their ear and whisper to them, hey, do this thing. They chose to. And I guarantee you that they knew better. And they did it anyway. Because they're sick and they're suffering. Something is wrong with them. That feels so perilous that they feel powerless, and they feel that they have to do whatever depraved thing that they did, whatever harmful thing that they did. They had to have felt that that was their only recourse at the time. Something's wrong with them. And that's piteous. I'm not saying you have to forgive them, but I am saying, maybe forgive yourself. Maybe forgive your higher power. Maybe forgive the situation. It's a good place to start, but you just have to make sure that you are a conduit of unconditional love so that it can actually manifest in your material reality. It has to come through you in order to do that. Okay? Anyone looking for that ray of light from on high to hit them with something good. There's a lot of clarity coming in, and just show up for the shadow work, okay? Allow it to transform you. Allow yourself to be transformed. Wherever you practice religion, meditate, channel, pray, when to use it, when the spiritual life feels like a moving target, when you feel skeptical about your true purpose on earth, when you feel like your yeah, but thoughts are dishonoring the innermost you. So my suggestion is to really just do your best to prioritize your spiritual wellness in this time and to really nourish and care for yourself. Be unapologetic about your self-care and make it a part of your everyday habits and routines and practices. It shouldn't be like, just once in a while, once every year I go to the spa and that's my self-care. No, every single day you need to be taking care of your skin. Every single day. You need to be taking care of your vessel. You need, like, if you're somebody who needs to take several showers a day, then you need to do that. And if people have a problem with it, then that's their problem. But you just got to prioritize your self-care. We talked about that before, so obviously it is a big deal. Okay. So we're going to do this shadow work and we're going to do this light work, and then we're just going to get some information on more mundane things, romance, social life, and career/money. Okay? These always end up being a lot longer, so thanks for sticking with me, y'all. Let's see, where are we at with time? 2:28. Shadow reading. Starting that now. I'm going to put timestamps in the description box. Spirit, Holy Spirit, I ask you to reveal what it is the shadow wants to communicate. There's a lot of fear. There's a lot of fear that you're not going to be vindicated, that you're not going to get free of this prison that you have been in, that you're not going to get what you deserve. It's like your persecuted inner child is just so afraid that it's grown with you, this fear, this monster. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm communicating in the ethers. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. What would life be like if we were not hunted? You started this, you wanted this. What would life be like if we were not hunted, if we were not persecuted? You need to imagine what life would be like if you had not experienced those things, and give that life to yourself. I really want y'all to do some death doula work. Because this part of you needs to be experienced. It's grief. You've been carrying something around for a really long time. Innocence in reverse. Something happened to you that caused you to lose your innocence. Perhaps you were an over-parentified child. Maybe you were a latchkey kid, and you're being called to hold yourself and look at the ways that you, like the patterns that you developed, the behaviors that you developed, and liberate yourself from that. You lost yourself. You didn't get to be yourself, and now you're trying to figure out who you are. Carnal. Perhaps you've been over-sexualized. Perhaps you experienced CSA. I am picking up something to do with church. I do feel like maybe some of you I also think it's hypersexualization to be like, you know, don't wear this thing, don't wear that thing, you know, don't masturbate, don't, yeah, that kind of stuff is also hypersexualization. It is the desecration of sexuality, which is natural. It's natchy. Duality in reverse, definitely enmeshment. The community that you came from projected all of this violence onto you. And you think that you're the only one, but everyone in that system was suffering. And that's something that you need to realize. If you were the scapegoat, if you were put out of the group, that was a blessing for you, because now you're not part of it. And they are not people that you don't want to be part of that, because it's sick. It was easier for you to get out because you were never really a part of anyway. Strength in reverse, having your power taken from you. You may have acted out in ways that you thought would bring you back power, but they wouldn't. And you can feel yourself being demonized and vilified for the ways that you acted out of your trauma. It's not enough to say, I'm not that person anymore. I was that person, and I transmuted. I didn't have any other options. I didn't know any better. You need to stop allowing yourself to feel guilty for the ways that you acted out of trauma. You may have done things that you're not so proud of, but you didn't know any better. People didn't have to do the things that they did to you. Voice. You need to speak up. You need to tell your story. Storytelling is extremely important right now. And I do think that this has to do with like the South Node being in Libra, in the 9th house, and it being in Virgo sidereally, and therefore the North Node being in Aries and Pisces in the 3rd house. You need to use your story to help others. You might be trying to protect others by not telling your story, but like that's not your job. They shouldn't have done what they did if they didn't want people to find out about it. And if people are like, oh, by you talking about this, you're making us all look bad. You do all look bad, because y'all were all complicit. Y'all were all enablers once again. I brought up Sophia a lot earlier in the reading. 𝗷𝗵𝗱𝗏 was abandoned. He was just left in charge of the realm, the demiurge, and didn't have a parent to guide him or to love him because she was ashamed of him. And so he did all of those things that he did because of that. I do have some qualms with that, because once again, I feel like it's just like blaming the feminine. So I don't know how much I truly agree with it, but I will say this much. She's learning her lesson and taking accountability. Women are not infallible. Feminines are not infallible. The feminine comes first and then the masculine. Because the womb has to exist for there to be consciousness within the space that creates. The parts of you that have been abandoned require your attention beyond anyone else's needs. That's how you fill up your cup so that you can pour into them. Stability in the reverse. You definitely experienced instability and chaos and drama, whether it was in the family, but I'm also picking up some of you, it was like at school. Some of you may have had untreated neurodivergences or mental illnesses, developmental disorders, and you may have been bullied a lot at school for whatever reason, and you may have had a lot of drama in your friend group where they would like pick on you because they identified you as the weakest link. Work in reverse. Yeah. Spirit, I want some clarification of work in reverse. Nothing that you were doing was working. Like everything that you tried to do to get these people to love you worked. You were just meant to heal yourself. So you, like, if you're in a bloodline or in a community and you heal yourself, you effectively give them the keys and the codes to do that. They have access to that liberation now. That's all that you have to do. You don't have to do anything more. So then you can move on to your next level and don't worry about them. It's their job to figure out what the hell's going on with their level, with their spirit team, with their higher power. You don't need to worry about that. That's not your responsibility. Stop being responsible for others, thinking that it's going to get them to be responsible for you. You be responsible for yourself, they be responsible for themselves, and that's how it's supposed to be. Then you can coexist in an interdependent relationship. But until then, it's just going to be codependent AF. Squirrel at the bottom of the deck, not getting what you needed, not getting your needs fulfilled, and a deep fear that that's going to continue because of this deep feeling that you are unworthy. Perhaps your self-expression was persecuted. You were told that you were wrong, that you were bad, and you're still feeling bad about who you were. You're not bad and you're not wrong. I want to tell you and your inner child, you are not bad and you are not wrong. Things happened that were out of our control because people chose to do those things. And your natural reaction to those things is to be expected. Your natural reaction to those things is to be expected. These things happen to you not because God doesn't love you, not because you're sick. These things happen because people chose to enact these things. And they are going to get what is coming to them. The best thing that you can do for yourself is to just be happy, to find a happy life, to be yourself, to be true to who you are. And that's all I want for you. I know it's hard sometimes as we figure this thing called life out. I'm doing the best that I can. You're doing the best that you can. But you can trust this. because we are committed to doing the work now. We're not running anymore. We're not hiding anymore. We're willing to do whatever it takes. So please don't be afraid. Please let me help you. Lifetimes of persecution and harm and fear put a bad word in your ear. But that time is over. I'm here now. Conscious and sovereign. And this is not going to go on any longer. Period. We have everything that we need. Right? So we're going to get the light messages now. $242. Thank you to the shadow, the collective shadow. Thank you to our inner children, our wounds. Thank you to the dark divine feminine who was desecrated. Thank you. We honor your truth and your wisdom, and we make this commitment to healing you. Okay, the initiation came out. Rite of passage, crossing the threshold. That is what this has been, and that's what's coming in now. Starseed, what lights you up? Transformation, things are changing at a cellular level. Deep healing. Dance with life, do something to change your energy. I do feel like all of this process of initiation that you've been going through, all of these changes and transformations, which have been, like I said, maybe a 4-year cycle, some of you 2, some of you 8. I am seeing the number 3, but I'm seeing this as like you realizing your divinity, you stepping into your power. Like that is coming to an end now, thankfully, and you are so supported in all of that. I have never seen this card before. What? Oh my goodness, there's a card in here apparently. Align your life. I've literally never seen this card in this deck. What is not aligned or needs to change? Y'all, work your light inquiry. What in your life is not aligned or needs to change, period. But I do, and I want y'all to think about that and meditate upon that and get rid of it. Anything that is offensive to your inner child, anything that is still in relation to your disempowerment, you need to get rid of it. You've changed, you have transformed, and it's time for you to live in that truth, okay? 68, 106, and 50. And dance with life, 62. All right. We're going to go to 68 first. Rite of passage, crossing the threshold. Some of the most sacred initiation chambers and temples look scary from the outside, but are breathtakingly beautiful on the inside. This represents the journey through the soul pilgrim that the soul pilgrim is required to take to reach somewhere sacred, but only the initiated can enter. Perhaps that's where you are right now. You are being tested, initiated, because you are headed somewhere sacred. Initiations require that we cross the threshold from one world or state of being to the next. We are called to face what scares us and have to be willing to lose it all in order to gain a new way of being, of safety, of security, of depth, of meaning. Initiations like rites of passage mark the shift from one age to the next and can take place because of emotional turmoil, great loss, grief, or devastation. But it is through the seeming hardship that our heart cracks open and our spirit is invested to step forward. We take the sacred voyage into more of who we are and who we came here to be. It can be painful and scary, but once we begin the journey, we can be more ourselves than ever before. If you are in the middle of an initiation right now, you will get through it. And one day soon, you will bless the thing that broke you down and cracked you open because the world needs you open. You are going somewhere sacred. It will be worth it, and you're closer than you think. There's a lot of transmuting of shame. Feeling like a mistake, feeling like an accident, feeling wrong that we are working through. And I want you to act as if you don't feel that way, especially when you start to feel that way. Like there's shadow work that you can do on yourself immediately. There are affirmations you can turn inward and be like, that, we're not picking up those ideations. Gently. Maybe watch some parenting videos to learn how to be the loving inner parent to your inner child and what your inner child needs most. Okay? And I do feel like we're coming out of this space. This is the threshold. And on that we have been moving through, that we're moving through. We've been in a long initiation period, and we're coming out of it into the sanctuary. Okay, the starseed 50. What lights you up? Starseeds are souls with a double mission to raise their consciousness and the consciousness of the planet. They are old souls who have incarnated elsewhere beyond the planet. Many starseeds arrive with a feeling that time is running out and that there is something that they came here to do or create or contribute. I want y'all to slow down. There's no rush, okay? It's not going to pass you by. You're not going to miss the boat. Slow down. Take your time. Be intentional. Be present in your experience. Everything is coming to you. Trust that. Have faith in that. When you start to get anxious, do some grounding breaths and meditation. Many starseeds, okay, if you pulled this card, it is to confirm that you are a starseed and you are being encouraged to answer the call, to follow what lights you up. Once awake, most starseed souls find it hard to have meaningless conversations, jobs, and relationships. And this is what I'm saying. There's this awakening that you've gone through has taken you out of alignment with those who are of a lower consciousness than you. And that's okay. That is what it is. It's time for you to stop hanging out with those caterpillars, especially the ones who are like, you know, they're supposed to be building their cocoon and they're just like sitting there dying because they're refusing to do it because they want to stay a caterpillar. Those are especially disturbing ones. They innately know that there is much more to life and feel that there is something more and get to work. They remain restless until they step into their calling, which is to light up the world with their unique presence. Like I said, authenticity. Show up as your authentic self. Listen to your intuition. Don't go to places where you're not allowed to be your authentic self. You don't have to fight upstream. Spirit wants you to take it easy. Stop going to places where you need to fight, being in relationships where you need to struggle to get them to see you, and just be you. And if they're not resonant, then they're not resonant and let them go. Oh, excuse me, that was really shocking for me. Starseeds are scattered all over the planet in hospitals and schools, in slums and mansions, on stages and in edit suites, in parks and nightclubs, in taxis and theme parks. Many starseeds spend parts of their lives trying to fit in or in some form of spiritual closet. If you are dimming your light to fit in, it is time to stop and start embracing the unique light that you came here to share and treat your time on Earth like a glorious vacation. It doesn't have to be so hard. You don't have to fight an uphill battle for the rest of your life. Accept who you are and be who you are. Okay? Have boundaries. Say no when you need to say no. All right. People keep inviting me to shit. I'm sick. I'm not going anywhere. You know, there's stuff that I wanted to do, and I'm just like, I can't do that because I'm sick. Also, I don't want to get anyone else sick. Today I wanted to like get out of the house and like maybe go work at a cafe, and it's just like, no, I can't do that because I need to stay home, I need to rest, and I don't want to get anyone else sick. I'm prioritizing self-care. You know what I mean? Like, if you feel like you have been down, it is because you have been resting to go through this initiation process, which other people may not be able to see in the 3D, but all that matters is that you know what is going on. Transformation is 106. Oh, that's 0. That looks like a 0. Things are changing at a cellular level, deep healing. Things are changing at a cellular level. You are not who you were a year ago or who you will soon be. You are in between, emerging, half risen, half falling. Keep doing the work. You are transforming. Like I said, I think that this is actually like what we're coming out of. This is where we've been, and this cycle is closing. That's how I see it. You will look back at this time with awe. So much is happening in your inner world and within your cells. As I said, it's time to release old ways of being that have kept you in fight, flight, freeze mode, trauma responses. To choose a new way of being where trauma is not the driving force. Exactly. Old childhood patterns are rising up to be healed. As you allow yourself to observe them and feel them, without attachment, they loosen their grip and fall away. You are being called to find new ways to self-soothe. Saturn and the Black Madonna, Lilith, and the African goddess Oshun influence this card. Look. Saturn represents destruction and transformation. The Black Madonna represents the underground and all that has been cast aside. And Oshun represents the tender love of the original mother. A rethreading is happening, healing at the deepest levels. While you are in this phase, don't put yourself under pressure to perform. It all comes full circle. It all comes full circle. I'm hearing diamonds are forever. So these are like Saturn. Saturn is a divine mother, disciplinarian, you know, and I do feel like the patriarchy co-opted that and bastardized it. And used it to create these karmic traps because Saturn has to do with karma. It's not meant to be about punishment. It's about transformation, transmutation, becoming a higher version of yourself, which is a loving thing. It is a healing planet. It's meant to help us to heal. The opportunity to heal, to me, is evidence and proof positive that we are unconditionally loved by our Creator. Because otherwise we would make one mistake and that would be it forever. But we have the opportunity to grow and to heal. But we can only do that through the consequences of our actions, teaching us our lesson, and then we live in that lesson, okay? That's the only way that we can do it. And we've been learning to dance with life so that we can, now that we get to this next stage, that is what we have been learning to do, okay? Through all of this process, that's what we are doing, to be able to ride the wave, ride the dragon. Silver surf. You may need to review your relationship with your body. That's where the trauma is stored. Perhaps even shifting your diet or exercise regime or getting energetic healing support. Like I said, Virgo. Let's also look at 6th house. The 6th house, Cancer, is in the 6th house in tropical astrology with Venus and Mercury here. And in it's the Sun, Venus, and Mercury in Gemini in the 6th in sidereal. So like I said, there's a lot of healing. Oh, and the Sun is also in Cancer at that point too. It's a lot about healing. It's a lot about recovery. It's a lot about living in your values and prioritizing your awareness. Sure, you understand why, you get it. You're open to higher realms of knowledge. You're open to other concepts and conceptions. You're open to other people's perspectives, but that doesn't mean that you self-abandon and step outside of your integrity. That's fine for them, but that's not for me. Okay, Vestal Virgins, we're back at it. And they wanted to desecrate those Vestal virgins to tell them, like, you're not powerful, you're not who you think you are. And that's why grape is a power play. I'm going to say grape soda because that I think is going to like make it easier for me to not get censored. Grape soda is a power play. You may also need to consider some kind of emotional support, as issues from childhood may come up to be healed. You are deeply loved. Hold the card on your heart and say, I allow myself to receive the deepest healing and transformation for change to happen at a cellular level. Say yes if you want to accept this. I allow myself to receive the deepest healing and transformation for change to happen at a cellular level. So have I spoken, so shall it be, and so it is. Lastly, we're going to read Dance with Life. Dance with life. Do something to change your energy. Life is always moving. If you resist this ever-changing flow, your energy will become stagnant and you will fall out of flow with the universe. The universe has a mysterious intelligent force, a natural rhythmic beat, which governs all of life. One of the best ways to shift your energy, frequency, and vibration is to put on some music and dance along with it. I want you to know that, like, whatever you think that you're losing, you have better coming to you. It was not in alignment. It is no longer resonant. Trust that when you let it go, what is actually for you can come in. You are committed. It's like we're holding on to something that just is like, you want it to be something else, but that something else is coming to you. You just need to let go of what was. And it comes with grief and it comes with heartache sometimes, but it just is what it is. You know, you have to accept that and let it go, because you're only going to cause yourself more pain and also those implicated in this relationship. And somebody else, it's going to be a perfect fit for somebody else, okay? When we dance unrestrained, our spirit takes over with each new bop, sway, and kick, we are rocked back into harmony with the rest of life. Get unstuck by doing something that shifts your vibration. Do things that make you happy. Put on some music, dance unrestrained, and fall into the frequency of life. In doing so, your body will begin to learn how to be moved by your intuition, which is connected with this systemic beat. If you feel like you have to perform, you're in the wrong spaces. If dancing isn't your thing, then simply do something that you would not usually do to shift the energy. Also, some of you are paranoid. Not as many people are watching you or paying attention to you as you think. Now, if you know that they are, some are, and those monitoring spirits and those haters and weirdos, those people, you can just, like, if you have ops in this space, it's not for you. If that's what's causing your anxiety and your intuition is telling you, like, it's being revealed that you're not, like, the conversation doesn't flow, the energy doesn't flow, it's not for you, period. And that's fine. It's for somebody else, but it's not for you. And by letting it go, you're going to come into relation to the things that are for you. It happens every time. Look back on your life, reflect. It happens every time. If dancing isn't your thing, then simply do something that you would not usually do to shift the energy. Go to places that you usually wouldn't. You cannot solve a problem with the same mind that created it, and you cannot attract a different experience without changing your energy first. It's time to shift things up and to find a way to dance along with the beat of life. The action is to do something to change your energy. I'm also picking up this deep replenishment. Oh, by the way, I knew play was going to be under here. Have fun, have fun, celebrate, don't be so serious. Okay, take it easy. None of us are making it out of this thing alive, okay? Honor yourself, your truth, your full essential being. Don't let any part of you wallow in shame. dismiss the shadow through the shadow work, and allow those parts of you that were underdeveloped because of being left behind, fragmented in shadow, to finally see the light of day. Retreat, rest, be held. The most selfless thing you can do is to fill up your own inner well. When we are running around half filled, we subconsciously look to things and people around us to give us the nourishment and nurturing that we so deeply crave. Codependency. Nothing can grow in barren lands. You are no good to anyone if you're running on empty. The feminine is bountiful, fertile, and rich. Tend to your own well and watch as the amount you have to give multiplies. If your inner well isn't full, you will find yourself craving things from the outside world to fill it. This is our body's instinctive way of reaching for the grounding and nurturing that we are not allowing ourselves. You really, really, really are being encouraged to take a look at your diet. Are the things that you're putting inside of your body supporting your body? Like, I've done research as a neurodivergent person who's a highly sensitive person. Like, with ADHD, we don't produce enough dopamine. So I've done research to find out what foods do produce enough dopamine. But also, I need to have a low FODMAP diet. So I make sure to note the things that, like, I can't eat from that high dopamine diet. You understand? Like, figure out what works for you and do that thing. Because I get the sense that a lot of you are not nourishing yourselves, and that is a big part of why you're not, like, doing as well as you can. You are not taking care of yourself. Remember, this is Cancer season. This is the Cancer, the sun moving into Cancer, for like crossing the ecliptic. It is about care, and it's not about caring for others. It's about caring for yourself, tending to those parts of you that haven't been cared for. And part of it might be that you have this latent inner sense that you don't deserve to be cared for, but you do. And whether or not you think you deserve it, do it anyway, and you will train yourself to accept that and to do that. And also listen to some self-concept subliminals. You got to get that out of your mind, boo. Your subconscious needs to heal. Okay? Yeah. I do feel like 𝗿𝗲𝗱𝗏 is like the shadow self in the subconscious. See. That we create when we feel shamed and chastised for what we've done or who we are. And that's the ego part of us that lashes out. But you need to give that part of you love, and then it won't act like that anymore. Unconditional love. You're not always going to be the best at embodying it, but you just do your best and try. Excuse me. If your well isn't full, you'll find, okay, this is our body's, okay. What nourishes you? What refills your body? What is nectar for your soul? What brings you back to life? What is your secret medicine? What makes you feel abundant and fertile? Overspilling with life. It may be gardening, arranging flowers, getting a massage, using luxurious essential oils, snuggling up on the couch, hiking, sipping a good coffee at your favorite cafe. That's one of my favorites. Attending a women's circle or a men's circle or a non-binary people circle, any group that you identify with. Reading about sacred sites. And I will say that much, I know I express along my gender lines at this point in time. I identify as a high feminine, but I identify as non-binary, and I feel safer and more comfortable and in resonance more so when I'm in spaces with other non-binary identifying and or trans identifying people, but generally more so non-binary. You need to be around your tribe. You need to be around your people who understand your form of consciousness. Some people are not going to understand it, and that's okay. And I can still be cool with them, but ultimately, I need to be around people who understand me for me. You know what I mean? who get it, and I don't have to explain anything to them. I am being brought to Jupiter, Uranus at 1 degree and Jupiter at 11 degrees in Taurus in the 5th house in sidereal astrology. Uranus is actually at 25 degrees in the 4th house of Taurus, and Jupiter is in Gemini and at 5 degrees in the 5th house. In the tropical chart, there's still a lot of healing that's happening there's still a lot of clarification and healing that's happening in the material realm, but trust and believe that like everything that you have been calling in is coming, and it's going to happen over the course of the next few years. Believe in your creativity, believe in your power. I do believe that your creativity is going to bring you a lot of prosperity, and you are going to have a lot of creative power at this time, however that looks for you. Walk in your sovereignty. Communicate that in your actions, in your words. Just think about like, every sort of expression of self, you need to be communicating that. But the thing is, energy speaks for itself. So the loudest in the room is usually the most insecure in the room. If you're not actually secure, you need to get secure. And this is a big part of why actually taking care of yourself and nourishing yourself and making sure that you have a stable foundation, like your home space, your home environment, your sanctuary is solid, stable. That you are creating that sanctuary for yourself in everything that you do and everywhere that you go, because you have that power, and only you do. Only you have that power. Okay? You are shifting timelines. You are starting a new branch of the family tree. You are supported in this work. Look to the matriarchs of your bloodline, because they want to help you. Like I said, I wanted to speak to the shadow ancestors. They just did what they felt like they had to do. They didn't have any other options. They thought that they didn't, and maybe they really didn't, because they didn't have the same access that we have today. Not all of them. And you have to also remember that we're at different frequencies and different levels of consciousness. We're all growing and building, okay? And dealing with our own stuff. So yeah, they are sorry that they did what they did, but that's just who they thought that they had to be, and they just did what they felt like they needed to do. And I understand that has like caused you to inherit a lot of like sickness and issues and messed up timelines and like primal fears of scarcity, like fear that made you feel like you had to overperform, that you couldn't be in your sacred feminine, that you couldn't rest and relax, and that like your powers were not enough. Because they didn't do what they should have done, because they were too busy focusing on themselves and what they thought was right, and ignoring what was right in front of them. And they are sorry. They want to communicate that. They didn't realize the consequences of their actions. They thought that they would have more time to make it right, but now they understand that you never know. So they don't want you to live with regret. You never know when your last breath is going to be. You never know when it's going to be time to pay the piper. So do your best to live your best life. Don't live with regrets. If you did something wrong, make it right. Because you don't want to suffer like this, is what they're saying. The way that I've seen, I'm hearing this, okay? I'm speaking directly from them. The way that I've been seeing you live your life, and knowing that this is exactly what I wanted to avoid with the things that I did. And it happened worse than I could have ever imagined. Because I was moving from my ego. I knew that what I was doing wasn't right, but I did it anyway. I acted from hubris. Because I thought that I was the end all be all. And it's about humility. Because of me, you weren't trusted with your power fully. And this is why I've been showing up and trying to help you. Bastet is standing out here. So there's something to do with Isis. There's definitely something to do with Bastet. But I'm definitely picking up Sekhmet. Sekhmet is a crystalline Christ being. They're saying you never were allowed to rest because of my greed. And my greed was because of my fear. Because I didn't have enough. And I thought if I had more, then I would be able to, then things would be finally good, but they weren't. Don't make the same mistakes that I made. Have gratitude for what you have. Abundance is in the spirit. Joy is in the spirit. It's in the rain, it's in the wind. If only I could touch wind and rain again. Ashe. Amen. I want you to know that I couldn't have loved you better. I have to look up the lyrics to that song. Kelly Clarkson. Want you to know. Already gone. Remember all the things we wanted. Now all our memories, they're haunted. We were always meant to say goodbye. Even with our fists held high, it never would have worked out right, yeah. We were never meant for do or die. So I'm hearing that the sooner that you let go of the past, the karmic past, holding on to resentments of your ancestors, holding on to resentments for the way that your life has been, letting go of the distractions, letting go of the karmic relationships, the sooner that you do that, the sooner that you're going to timeline leap into your divine counterpart experience, okay? This was all just a lesson. It was all just, and at the end of the lesson, there is a test. Okay, but it's not like a punitive measure. It just is how it is. You know, the final boss. I didn't want us to burn out. I didn't come here to hurt you now. I didn't want us to burn out. I didn't come here to hurt you now. I can't stop. I want you to know that it doesn't matter where we take this road. Someone's got to go. And once again, I'm sick, so I'm sorry. And I want you to know you couldn't have loved me better, but I want you to move on. So I'm already gone. I want you to know that it doesn't matter where we take this road. Someone's got to go. It's one of you just has to decide to let go, and it's going to have to be you. They're not going to let go because they're not someone who can take accountability. They're not willing to change. So you have to just catalyze the change, be the karma, and get to step in before you get even more hurt. They are not capable of loving you the way that you need to be loved. They can't give you what you need because they can't do that for themselves. You can't give to someone else what you don't have. But if you really love and care about someone, you will let them go. And if that means that you're going to have to get to step in. Get to step in. What nourishes you is your medicine. When you give yourself the medicine that you need to be nourished, you nourish all those around you, for there is more than enough to go around. I know that spirit made me sick so that I would sit my ass down and rest and take care of myself and do what my ancestors, spirit guides, have been calling me to do. Break the chain, the great gathering. both wanted to come out and be seen. Protection, call back your power, cut the sword, soul retrieval. All this and more, family. All this and more. I'm really stunned by that card that I have never seen. I'm kind of feeling like maybe I lost that card at some point, because I've literally never ever pulled it in this deck. So I'm just like going through and trying to see if it's in here. I probably lost it. Yeah, I guess like at some point I must have left it somewhere. How interesting. I mean, it's probably serving its purpose out in the world. You know what I mean? But I guess it wanted to be seen. It wanted to come out today. How you need to be calling back all of your power, and that means like your shadow is going to come back too, and you have to do the shadow work so that you can integrate your fragmented parts. That, you know what I mean? So let's get into practical advice, and then we're going to be donezo. 317 practical advice. Want you to move on, some already gone. Kelly Clarkson, she could really sing. Remember when American Idol was like such a huge deal? I'm gonna get a cough drop really quickly. Ooh. Let's get physical. I want to get physical. Let's get into physical. So I do feel like the 3D manifestations are finally coming in now, because with the Cancerian energy, the ionic atmosphere, the ethers are being healed and upgraded. They are being upgraded. So let's first get into social life. Is this career, spirit, romantic love, career, social life? Okay. We're going to use the Tarot del Fuego for social life. In tropical astrology, we have the North Node and Chiron at 11 degrees and 22 degrees of Aries in the 3rd house. We have Fortuna in the 7th house, Leo. And in the 11th house, we have the moon in Sagittarius. The moon is making, we get the Hermit and hidden energy with the Devil in reverse. Yeah, all of those snakes have been revealed. I'm hearing driving the snakes out of Ireland. Also, what I want to point out is like, you may think that like one person being jealous can't cause irrevocable misogynistic damage, but that is literally what happened with Heinrich Kramer and the 𝗪𝗂𝗪𝗂𝗪. One man was jealous and obsessed with one woman who was married, and he wrote the book that was used, I believe even in the Spanish Inquisition, he wrote the book that was used to persecute, torture, and execute so-called witches in Europe and in the and on Turtle Island, colloquially known as America, in the colonies. And then they used those self-same practices during colonization. One man, one jealous man, Heinrich Kramer is his name. And his countless victims, we don't honor them nearly enough. And I want to uplift them right now. Healers, medicine women, mothers of their communities, spiritual leaders, guides, repositories of their ancestral stories, sacred sentinels of their communities. I want to uplift those women right now. Those women, men, children, people of other gender identities. Ops moved against them. So if you think that it's far-fetched to believe that one jealous person can cause that much damage, historically it did happen. And we know that. And it wasn't that long ago. And he is partially responsible for a lot of the generational trauma that most of us have inherited, because everyone is affected by colonialism and imperialism. Okay? The moon in Sagittarius in the 11th house is making a square to Saturn at 21 degrees in the second house in Pisces. A lot of fire energy. I do feel like there's going to be a lot going on in our social lives. That is actually going to be very auspicious for you. That's where a lot of your opportunities and prosperity is going to flow from. Don't get stuck in petty drama. Don't let petty, immature BS affect you. Like I said, people trying to get you off of your throne, it's just a distraction. Show up as your most sovereign self. Show up knowing that you are the one co-creating your reality. And that's what the people who actually support you and have the ability to give you what you want, they're the ones, they want that from you. They don't want you to be this weak, disempowered version of yourself that lacks sovereignty. They want to give you your power, but you have to step into it. You have to open up your hands and accept it. And if you're holding on to that old identity of disempowerment, then how are you supposed to do that? I've been getting a lot about 𝗪𝗁𝘁. I might make a video or an essay about this to upload to my Substack. When I introduce this new spiritual tier of my Substack, it will be free for a couple of months, and then it will those offerings will be, behind a paid tier, just because I need to be able to continue making this work, and I can't just not make any money from it, other than personal readings with my clients. So we get the Hermit, we get the Devil in reverse. Because of this Hermit mode that you've been in, which has been I'm hearing transmogrification. Let's look up the definition. Transmogrify, to change or alter greatly and often with grotesque or humorous effect. That's interesting. Because you've been in this transmogrification process, these people who embodied this energy, these relationships that you were holding on to that were keeping you small, you have outgrown them. And because of you doing the healing work, doing the growth work in solitude, all on your own with your spirit team, they might see you as grotesque because your light offends them. But you're about to really know. Knave of Pentacles. You're about to come into so much prosperity. There's a lot of immature people around you. They're fixated on the material. They're fixated on social mores. They're fixated. They're not sovereign people. And this might be because they have access to a lot of money or a lot of power or whatever. They're very hedonistic people. They're only interested in sensory pleasures. And what's worse is that they know better and they don't do better. It's not your job to judge them. It's just your job to let go and get away from them because they're sucking up your energy. They can't have access to you. Okay? Two of Wands. The more that you step away from them, you may, oh, I'm in hermit mode, I'm in solitude, I'm so alone. No, you're not. If you've been able to enjoy your solitude and learn and grow into yourself, Two of Wands, your soul tribe is coming in, as I said. And y'all are, with Three of Wands, y'all are building together. Y'all are building together the world that you have been wanting to build on a solid foundation. And it's not going to come without hiccups. I want to be sure about that. It's not going to come without, obstacles, because that's not how life works. But you are building upon these lessons together that y'all all learned individually. You see this star above his head? That was what that is what you were developing in hermit mode. Diamond tier is what I'm hearing. And for months, for over a year, I kept hearing Diamonds remix by Rihanna and Kanye. I kept hearing that song because we were in the pressure cooker. Pressure makes diamonds, right? Yeah, it's just like, what? Because I don't feel like this is like, they don't like diamonds. They like rhinestones. They like carbon. They wanted you to stay as carbon. They wanted you to stay as coal because they're not willing to go through the pressure cooker to become diamonds. And so you may have become a diamond and now they're sitting there laughing at you like, oh my God, look at you. Ah, little did they know. But hey, coal has its uses. It can fuel the fire. However, at this point in time, we're on some fossil fuel type stuff. We're done with that. It's over. Okay? We don't need coal to fuel the fire, fan the flames anymore. We have access to the original source. Fire bending, I'm picking up. Some of you may want to practice fire magic. Some of you may be coming into this gift. You might be a fire elemental. You are going to be trained by fire elementals in the ethers is what I'm hearing. So you're definitely going to want to know how to tend to that on your altar. They like hard liquor. I feed mine gin and a candle on your altar. Four of Swords in reverse. You've been disabused of all of those karmic mindsets that you picked up over time. And in this period, you're going to be called to walk in that truth. You're being set free. Like I said, you beat the big boss. New devil, new level. You're being set free. You're going to be called to walk in that truth. Seven of Cups. You're going to encounter energies similar to those karmic energies because people are never going to not try it, as I've said before. They're never going to not try it, but you know better. You know better. And the more that you show up as this correct version of you, as this right version of you, the more that poisoned energy, that warped DNA, that trauma DNA is going to fall away. Judgment in reverse. Six of Wands here. Six of Wands at the bottom of the deck. Yeah, I do feel like self-care, like I said, which also includes not going around people who dysregulate your nervous system, who activate your nervous system. Don't go to people, places, or things. If you don't feel safe walking around at night, don't do that. Do things that fill you up and make you feel happy with the people who do that for you. Wheel of Fortune. This is clarifying judgment. 8 of Swords, 6 of Swords, and Knight of Cups in reverse. You had to go through this because these people are not allowed to have access to your abundance. 2 of Wands in the reverse. And you had to get away from them. And this might be continuing to happen. But I do think that, like, if you make the decision today to stop going to, like, you're not that person anymore, you're this person now. And you don't have to make any grand declarations. You don't have to announce it to anyone. Just be that person. They had their chance. They had their opportunity. And maybe it just, like, you were not meant for ride or die. You were not meant for that. Knight of Cups in reverse. They're too immature. And the thing is, these are grown folks, but they're too immature. And they're just going to cause you harm. It's going to be a waste of time trying to make anything work with them. So don't bother. You're coming into new relationships. And the more that you let go of these relationships, the better. Some of you need to do a cord cutting or a cord clearing, cord removal. All right, so that's what we have for social life. Page of Wands in the reverse. Very immature energy. And you need to leave those spaces so that they can get what's coming to them. Like, honestly, call back your energy from every relationship. Everyone, everything, everyone. Call all that shit back every day. Okay? And this is why you need to be present, because you need to be able to be present in your body and in your experience, to be able to tune into your intuition and be discerning, because things can change at the drop of a hat. Okay? Things can change at the drop of a hat. I kid you not. And I really think that the most important thing that you can understand right now is that they're not capable of being better for you. They're not even capable of being better for themselves. All right? Just got on the train to see signage of a finger pointing that says, "You are the answer." Too true. Too true. You are. All of the answers are within you. Everything that you need is within you. Hermit and 6 of Wands for social life. I'm going to write that down because I do feel like that is important. And I will be doing in that spiritual tier on my it's not called Medium, Substack. I will be going over like a deep dive into the rudiments and the foundations of tarot. So I'm really excited about that. And it's going to talk about a lot of other esoteric practices, numerology, color theory, symbology, sigils, all of this kind of stuff, and the history of tarot and all of that amazing, beautiful stuff, these archetypes. So yeah, it's something to check out. I will link my Substack down below, but I do think it's just vdarling.substack.com. So yes, social life. 335. Social. Let's get into romantic life with practical advice. In this part, you are allowed to ask questions if you have questions. I'm not going to be doing like individual reads on people. If you want a reading, book a reading with me, but you are able to ask questions if you have questions. Couldn't have loved you better. So you really need to just hold space for grief, because a lot is dying away. A lot is falling away right now. And it's okay to hurt. It's okay to be sad. It's okay. Even if those people, places, things, institutions, idea systems hurt you a lot. Like, even if that version of you, like, is not the best version of you, like, it's okay to have grief over that ending. It's not only okay, but it's natchy. It's natural, okay? Are we taking these? Okay, we'll take these. Bottom of the deck, 9 of Swords in the reverse. You have already gone through so much heartbreak, and you might have a Scorpio Venus, or you might have Venus in the 8th or in the 12th. But you've had to learn, also it might be in Pisces. You've had to learn a lot of like painful lessons. No, I'm hearing in the 8th, or whatever sign it's in detriment, which I think might be Aries. I'm checking. Venus. Yep, it's in detriment in Aries. So you might have Venus in Aries or in Scorpio. Where is it in fall? Pisces. There you go. No, sorry, Virgo. But I do feel like this is also some maladaptive Venus and Pisces energy. Manipulation is what I'm hearing. Abusive power tactics. So I do get the sense that a lot of you have this karma of like a karmic lover. Where you've had to work through a lot of your karma in your romantic life, in your love life. You've had perhaps to learn lessons about controlling others, trying to control others, or, allowing people to control you, and potentially being a big old people pleaser and victim. This might be because of childhood trauma. Maybe you always had to be the savior, saving somebody else in a relationship, and never could focus on your own love life. Maybe you were hurt before and you just never recovered. Or you had dysfunctional parents and their relationship didn't work and it was unhealthy and traumatizing for you. Whatever the case, you're being called once again to step into your femininity. You've had to work through a lot of these lessons in the realm of romance so that you could step into your sovereignty to find your sovereign partner. Even if they were dynamics that were present between you and a parent or you and a sibling, it showed up in a lot of your romantic relationships because it is an overall dynamic romantic relationships, and you've had to work through it in that space. Some of you have gone through some big, big ruptures and big, big breakups. Some of you have gone through some big, big ruptures and breakups. I'm also picking up that some of you, like your person, hello. Some of you, your person, no, this is what it is. Some of you, a lot of people have had crushes on you that it was inappropriate and they became obsessed with you. They didn't know any boundaries. They didn't respect your space. They didn't respect no. And maybe some of you, that is you. Codependency completely. Just wanted to own and possess you. You might identify as dark divine feminine. And this has been a time for you to learn about your power and integrate your power. Because you cannot be the divine feminine if you don't own your darkness. I'm definitely sensing people sniffing around to try to figure out how, like, danger is what I'm hearing, to try and figure out how to get you, how to control you, how to own and possess you. That's definitely what I'm picking up on. And it is because sharks in the water, these monsters, they want you. But you're saying no to all of that. And honestly, I feel like this tower is saying the systems and structures that we're giving you, it's electric in here. We have a lot of electricity in here. When we started with the meditation, that just brought in a lot of electric, high vibrational energy. But this tower that is happening, I feel like it is a tower coming to those enmeshment karmic dynamics that were tethering you to that space. And like I said, with the Devil card, it is about you holding yourself back because you can leave. And that is what you've been doing. You've been liberating yourself. You are the only one who can save you. That's what it is important to understand. And getting into your power, we have Queen of Cups, Four of Pentacles, Three of Cups in reverse, and the Moon in reverse. Getting into your power. Some of you have heard that you have a counterpart that is supposed to be coming to you. It's going to be revealed. It's going to be revealed to you who it is in this next quarter of the this next cycle of the wheel. There have been people praying against you coming into union because they never wanted that to happen, because they wanted to continue to use and exploit you and your pain. Misery loves company. For some of you, this is a woman, not even just a feminine energy. It is a feminine energy, but you might have friends who were hating on you secretly. They never liked you being happy. And they've been throwing salt in the game. They've been throwing dirt on your blessings. Don't tell these people anything about you. They have been using their co-creative power to create obstacles for you. And they've been trying to spell work in the terms of gossiping about you, but more so, I think, trying to give you bad advice so that you will not be able, so that you'll always have, you'll self-sabotage, essentially. Some of you, these people are just vessels for, this person decided to move to a different page. How unoriginal. Sorry, family, but 4444 on the timer. So that's a thing. And I'm going to just bring some cleansing into this space to erase all of that. But hey, the enemy pops out when they sense that, something big and important is about to be shared and exposed. So some of you, this is powers and principalities. Your people, these friends of yours, so-called, they are vessels for a higher energy, a spirit that has been manipulating others to go against you. Also, some of you might want to start doing fire magic. Okay? You want to keep it light and playful in your love life at this time, because that is going to really be the opposite of what they want for you, which is to be too serious, too dour, just like obsessed, like overthinking. That's what they want for you. Yeah, but this is a person who is supposed to be your friend, who is a hidden enemy. Let's look at the 12th house is in Capricorn. It's in Sagittarius in sidereal astrology. And there's no signs in there, so that's being cleared out. It is the systems. Like, it's whatever's been at war with your collective, that's what this is. It doesn't have to do with you personally. That's what it is. It is this attempt to get the Rose Collective, the Sacred Rose Collective, the 144, that 100. It's just an attempt to get us to not come into union. That's what that is. And they're using the people around us to try and keep that from happening. But I do feel like justice is coming in. And I do feel like we are supported. Don't let the material world fool you into thinking that it's not happening, because it is. The more that you let go of the past, especially the past heartaches and the past betrayals, the closer you're going to get to this. And your person is coming in. I definitely get that sense. 6 of Cups in the reverse. Ace of Cups in the reverse. King of Swords in the direct. 6 of Pentacles in the reverse and 2 of Swords. You're just going to constantly be having to choose between your old life and your new life. Even if you don't see this new life manifesting around you, this new love interest manifesting around you, you're going to have to keep doing it. If you are already coupled, this might look like just saying yes to yourself, even if you're afraid that your partner might leave. There will be contention, but conflict resolution with those who are worth resolving conflict with. And if they're not, let them go. With already gone, I'm also hearing just check out emotionally and mentally until you can move on to the next stage physically. You don't need to know who's going to be your new partner to move on. You don't need to know who the person is to believe that it's coming and it's happening. If there's mirroring, just know that if you're doing the work, they're doing the work. If you're struggling, they're struggling. So pray for them. 6 of Pentacles in reverse. Money, magic, I'm hearing the Moon. There's something that you're not seeing. Like I said, these people trying to work against you, they're not going to be able to do that anymore. The World in reverse. They're losing any power that they had. Move by your heart, not by your mind. 2 of Swords, like I said, you're going to keep having to make these decisions. And I pray you choose yourself, your higher self, your most divine self. Look what we get. Someone is making you an offer. And it is going to be like, some of you, it's going to be hard to refuse, but you should because it's temptation. But most of you, that's like one person, I feel like. That's definitely something to keep in mind because you need to be discerning. You might be getting a lot of offers at this time, but that does not mean that you should say yes to all of them. You will know in your heart of hearts what is real and what is not. This is why you need to be discerning. This is why you need to be present. All right? No more death and destruction for you. 9 of Swords in the reverse. No more of that. You're not going to have to learn any more of these hard lessons because you have finally put down the ego and started operating from a space of humility. And you're going to be called to continue to do that. People are really going to be trying it. You might have like bad dates where people are disrespectful to you. You might have people on dating apps coming at you crazy. You might have someone flash you. Excuse me, sorry, but it might happen. People like staring at you really rudely on the street. Just unsavory experiences, you know what I mean? You might have a lot of those things happening, but just ignore those things. Like, let it roll off of you like duck off of a water off of a duck's back. 6 of Pentacles in the direct position. The help that you need is coming through. It is coming to you. I do feel like this, you know what I want? And then 6 of Pentacles in the reverse. Yeah, I definitely feel like people have been working against you so that you wouldn't come into like this. And they're going to be sending distractions and red herrings your way. But don't fall for that. I want to get a little insight into like what we can expect from the offer. Like, how will we know that the offer is for us? Judgment in reverse. This is not a person who is petty and judgmental. They're an even, fair person, and they're a just person. They might even tell you that you are short selling yourself. This person might be someone that you work with or you meet in business. I'm going to look at the 7th house. Leo, Fortuna, definitely going to be someone who's prosperous and abundant. That doesn't mean that they're necessarily wealthy, but they are generative. They're doing well for themselves. And also with 7th being in Cancer, they are generous and abundant and prosperous in their emotional life, emotionally mature person. Loving, compassionate, understanding. They're not going to shame you for being vulnerable. They want you to be vulnerable. Remember, we talked about that. Don't let the hard assholes make you harden yourself. 7 of Cups in the reverse. They're not gossipy. They're not involved with people who are catty. They're not involved with these petulant, immature kinds of people. And so you also, you know, the more that you let go of those relationships, the more that you're going to step into that. Start going to new places if you're trying to meet new people. Go to the places where those people are going to be, seriously. Like you've known this for a while. 5 of Swords. And if you are coupled, you need to bring new energy, new life into your relationship. And this doesn't necessarily mean that you need to bring another person into your relationship. It means that you need to start doing things differently. Bring more passion. If y'all are just in a rut, you need to start going on dates. You need to start, you know, wearing different kind of lingerie. You need to start having adventure. Act like y'all are courting one another forevermore. Don't get in a rut. You know what I mean? Like, you need to make an effort. It's not always going to be hunky-dory. It's not always going to come easily, but you have to make an effort, and so do they. And if they're not willing to make an effort, Kelly Clarkson, I want you to know you couldn't have loved me better. Forever court, that's us. Yes, good, exactly. The way you start's the way you're going to end, so don't get with no low maintenance Larry if you are not coupled. 5 of Swords. I really want to encourage you to me, I'm picking up arrogance and hubris. Nobody's perfect. This person might come off as arrogant. And if if you're coupled, they might start seeming to be arrogant. You might have issues. You might be having conflicts around their ego and like, you know, infantilizing you, or not giving you the benefit of the doubt or the credit that you deserve, not feeling seen by them, feeling like they're putting you in a deprioritized position. Like what they've got going on is more important than you and what you've got going on, but it's not. And you can, of course, give yourself to what you've got going on, but if they're ego tripping, don't step outside of your sovereignty and fight with them. Just like, be like, you know, check them. Let them know what it is and what it isn't. I'm not going to take that. And throwing salt in the game, you still might have friends who are trying to tell you bad stuff about the relationship that you're in. You still might have people doing magic. I do sense like an evil stepmother or mother-in-law doing magic or praying against the relationship for some of you. Hardworking. This is a hardworking person, and or y'all are going to have to work hard. This person has had their heart broken in the past. It's about doing work in your relationship is what I'm picking up. And they might just be, you know, tired of trying because of heartbreak in the past and betrayal in the past, or they might be tired from having to work hard in like their job and stuff like that. Don't like this burnout. It may seem like, oh, I should just like take it easy with my love life. No, actually, like that's feeding that and bringing adventure into that is what's going to revivify you and bring joy. It's your job, actually, that probably you would do well to chill out with. Maintain a positive attitude about this. This is a stable person, but also they might be afraid of change. Ace of Wands, bringing new energy into your life, new experiences into your life. So start doing new stuff with them, okay? And this is going to change everything. So that's what I have for romance and love life. Let's wrap up with professional life. Want you to know, couldn't have loved better. Want you to move on, so I'm already gone. All right, 358. Love. Spirit, give me the messages for what we can expect in this next quarter for money. Holy Spirit, give me the messages for what we can expect for money and career, professional life, lifestyle. Let's talk about it. 10th house is in Scorpio and Libra. Venus is in Cancer and Gemini in the 6th house. You need to have habits that support your financial security, abundance, and well-being, and your prosperity. And even if they're hard, okay, 7 of Wands in reverse, Page of Wands, and 8 of Swords. And I guess Page of Cups is on the bottom of the deck. I'm going to keep shuffling because that's what I feel called to do. You need to get those patterns and habits in place. If you don't know what they are, look them up. Financial literacy. If you are intimidated, just do one a day. One thing a week. One task that you commit to. Not 5 different tasks. One task that you commit to. And find a time, the same time, every week that you do it at. So you can form a pattern. All it takes is a month, We're dealing with 3 months here. So it will be an entrenched pattern. Some of you need to go to, some of you are in debt and you don't know how you're going to get out of debt. I would encourage you to check out Debtors Anonymous. That exists, and you should maybe check it out, because some of you, you spend addictively and you debt addictively. You just can't stop. You have a shopping addiction, and you think that that is cute, and no, it's not actually. You know it's not cute, but in society, it's like, oh, I love to shop, but you know, it's not cute to destroy your quality of life by spending outside of your means. Okay, so some of you, that's a message you really need to hear. Page of Pentacles, Nine of Wands. I do sense that something that comes from your childhood, this feeling of not enough. And also some of you, you need to, you're non-debt and you have money and you have financial security, but you're stingy with yourself and you don't spend enough on yourself. You don't take care of yourself. And this is why you have struggles in your career. And this is why you have struggles in your love life, in your friendship life, because you have a scarcity mindset, a poverty mindset. You're a pauper spiritually. You need to loosen up and let go and stop operating from fear so much. People are sick of it. They really are. 111. So there's new life coming in for a lot of you. And it's going to come from you being creative. Not necessarily inventive, although yes, but creative, doing things differently that nobody's seen before, going beyond the social constructs. Be that authentic self. What is it that is uniquely you? What's your special sauce? That's what's really going to put you on in this time. I do get the sense that some of you, like, you may be in the public eye, you might be in the spotlight in some capacity. I got Seven of Wands in the reverse, Page of Wands in the direct, and Eight of Swords in the direct. Some of you, you are so used to people putting you down and trying to keep you small because they see the anointing on you. They may be trying to destiny swap with you. They may be trying to just, you're their energetic battery, so they don't want you to move forward. You're the light in their life. They don't want you to move forward. And they're digging their claws in deeper. This might be your boss. It could be your boss. But take it as it applies. Some of you, you might be in the public eye, Nine of Pentacles in the reverse position on the bottom of the deck. And Queen of Wands. I do feel like they're definitely, you can't be small-minded here. Although because Jupiter is in tropical Gemini in 5th house, you might be having to look at the minutia or lower, more mundane aspects of situations to bring that magic magnifying mind to find creative solutions to these problems, which might be frustrating for you, but it's going to help you to build a solid foundation in the long run. Some of you might be in the public eye, or you might be trying to be in the public eye, and you might not be getting the kind of traction that you want. I'm hearing distractions. Obviously, I'm hearing just like, you know, you might have be super talented, but other people who are less talented are getting more attention than you. And you're not getting the kind of feedback and responses that you want. Just keep going. Just keep pushing. The more that you show up for it and confidently, the more that they're going to recognize you and know your name. It doesn't matter if, like, you have to be it to be it. So if you want to be a social media influencer, who gives a shit about what the hometown thinks? Your hometown is what's holding you back. Stop worrying about that and be who you are. Stop worrying about the opinions of people who don't even know you for real. A prophet cannot, is not appreciated in their hometown. That's from the Bible. We have the Five of Cups in the reverse, we get Judgment in the reverse, and we get the Five of Pentacles in the direct. These people really don't want to see you shine. They prefer for you to be broke. Don't trust these people. You know who I'm talking about. Do not, by any stretch of the imagination, trust these people who have already presented themselves to be untrustworthy. Your spirit has told you. Your spirit guides have told you. Your intuition, your discernment has told you. Judgment Day 2020. You've done the work, and they are doing anything that they can to keep you low and stuck with them. They may be sabotaging you, praying against you. They are happy when you are broke and struggling and suffering, when you are tired and depleted, because they are the ones draining your energy. Quit that job. Quit that job. I promise you will be taken care of. Quit that job. You're thinking of all of these big picture things. It's really the minutia. It's the everyday habits and patterns. You're thinking of, oh, self-care, like go to the spa, get a little treat. Self-care includes not going to toxic places that drain you of your life and where you're not treated right. And some of you, that's the case. Some of you, you're not being appreciated. And that kind of goes back to what I was saying. You don't want to keep showing up in the space that you're at. You want to start looking for a new job. It's time for you to move forward. You're no longer this novice. They're trying to play you as if like you don't know your power, you don't know your might. And that's because for a while you didn't. They were exploiting your ignorance to yourself, your low self-esteem, your low self-worth and confidence. You got to show up like I am that bee. But you know how you show up like I am that bee is stop showing up at all. Sometimes what you have to do to let people know that you're serious is quit. Some of you need to hear this. They're not going to give you the raise. They're not going to give you the promotion. They're going to keep giving it to everyone else, their little favorites who don't even work as hard as you. Maybe that personality hire that looks like them, sounds like them, maybe. Someone's boss is incompetent. Someone's boss is a narcissist, toxic feminine, J spirit. Not able to create for themselves, W of Babylon spirit. They're seriously a vampire, like seriously. Maybe even like of the vampire lineages. Nine of Swords in reverse. You're not going to have a headache over this anymore. This also might be the energy that you're coming out of. By taking back your sovereignty, you're coming into abundance. And these headaches that you've had as you've been in this transition period, it's coming to an end. Don't stress over this. Don't worry. Knight of Pentacles in reverse. I'm hearing that Kelly Clarkson song again. They're never going to appreciate you, so you just need to move on. What you need to focus on is you and your talents and your gifts. Eight of Wands. Don't take obstacles as like proof that you shouldn't be living your dream. You should be. And it shouldn't have to feel like work. Some of you might be tarot readers. Some of you might be spiritualists. But whatever comes to you intuitively is what you should be doing. Seven of Cups. There are going to be haters, but that's how you know that you're doing it the right thing. Some of you, it's like, you can't own your own business. You can't start a Dairy Queen franchise. You can't be a chef. Why would you quit this great job that you have where you get all these benefits to be a chef. That's what I'm hearing. And some of you, no one's even saying that. It's your inner voices from the past, from relationships that you don't even have anymore. Follow your passion. Who cares what those people have to say? You have to be self-possessed, bro. You can't be worried about what others have to say about you. In terms of money, Spirit, can you give us some clarity and guidance? Love. Operate from a space of love. Call in what you will attract. Prosperity. When you operate from love, you lead with your heart and you stop leading from a place of shame, degradation, hate for yourself and for others. Two of Swords, make a decision and stick with it. Are you going to be the person that you know is going to be prosperous and abundant and sovereign and wealthy, or are you going to continue playing small with these fucking losers out here who are on a lower timeline? Like dead ass, they can't do anything for you, and when you're down and out, they're not really going to be able to give you the kind of help that you need. I'm hearing pick me. Yeah, it's like you're being some of you, I'm not trying to throw shade, but some of you are being pick-me's is what I'm hearing. You need to pick yourself. You need to choose yourself. So some of you, you're going to be moving to a new job. Some of you, you're going to be, you might be getting promoted, and people are going to try to tell you not to take the promotion. That's going to be too much work. It's up to you to decide if the promotion is right for you, because some of you, the promotion actually will be too much. And it's not enough money for the amount of work. And honestly, there's no amount of money for the amount of work because it's an unfair amount of work. Some of you, you're being challenged, like by showing up for your dream career, you're going to be getting, you're getting those rewards back. So just keep showing up, even if you feel like you haven't been confirmation verb, even if you feel like you haven't been getting the results back, they are coming. Don't give up. And those of you who don't have a job, I mean, that last thing could have applied to you. I want you to consider what it is you could see yourself doing for the rest of your life and it never getting tired. Could I do this for the rest of my life and never grow tired of it? This is not the time for you to sit around and think, oh, well, maybe I'll take this next step because it's going to lead to this. You don't know what it's going to lead to. And just like that ancestor said, you need to live this every single day like it's your last. You don't know when the end is going to come, and you're going to be the one to regret not living your best life and betraying yourself. So the time for self-betraying is over. I do want to say I do sense financial crisis coming in globally. I want to say I think maybe stock market dips and crashes. And do remember there are tons of stocks. So even if it's not the whole stock market, some stock could have a terrible crash, and that could affect someone's investments. But I'm also hearing invest in gold. Invest in gold. And some of you, you're going to have to invest in your business. Some of you, you have a benefactor coming in to help you get your business off the ground and start actually like making money. You have an angel coming in to help you. Stay prayerful, stay up. I love you all truly and deeply. This is everything that I have for you for this solstice. It has been a true blessing and honor to stay with you throughout this time. I'm really, really grateful. I'm going to upload the timestamps after we pop off of here. It may actually take some time because I need to eat something. And yeah, like I said, like all of the information to book a reading or self-sovereignty advising with me, energy healing oracle sessions, all of that stuff is in my bio. Just email me and I can send you more information. And yeah, I'll drop my Substack link in there so that y'all can stay up to speed and get a taste of what those spiritual writings are going to be like. It's going to be weekly and monthly astral insights and or tarot, well, definitely astral insights, but also tarot readings, and deep diving into the practice of tarot so we can learn together. And I'll also be putting up like downloads that I get, sharing stuff from my book of shadows and things that I've realized over time. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to doing that. So if you want to get a taste of what it's like, you're going to want to go ahead and subscribe now. And if you find that you like it and you want to keep receiving that stuff to your inbox, when I introduce that paid tier, you can join that. Otherwise, it'll just remain my personal essays that I write as a writer for fun. And like, what is the word? Scholarly academic writing and journalism is my background. So I write a lot about pop culture and how it relates to our experience as humans, healing as a collective. I love you all truly and deeply. Go ahead, like, follow, subscribe, share with people that you think would benefit, and I'll see you on the flip side.